Hello. Sorry, I had to get my blankie and get situated. I hope I sound okay. I keep forgetting to check before I start streaming, but I'm sure I sound fine. Hee 2 weeks to 100. Yippee! Hello, Rhino. Hi. I hope you had a great vacation. Great little vacation. I'm here today. And do you notice anything different? I think I broke my face tracking. Hold on. I am still EP, understandable. I think we're just gonna keep it like this. My time comes around. Notice anything different? Maybe someone went to the barber. It was me. Oh. No. I've always had this bow tie. What do you mean? What do you mean? I've always had this bow tie. Some of my hotkeys are not labeled, and I don't understand why. Some of my hotkeys are broken. I think it's just because I have to reconnect them. There you go. How would I look without the bow tie, though? Cute. Still cute. I look cute. It's because of the hair that frays the bow tie is causing the probably. You gotta see more of my luscious neck or my chest. Aren't I cute? Aren't I cute? But yes, I got new hair. New hair! You see like the difference? And also, but if I wanted to, we could just have a bowl cut. Watch. Bowl cut. But normal hair. And then new hair. Pretty cute. Pretty cute. But yeah. Hello. Today we're gonna do stuff. Do stuff and things. With our new hair. Would that be closer to a pixie cut than a bowl cut? Probably. But I like saying bowl cut because I can. Also, I'm Asian, so bowl cut just sounds better in my brain. Oh my god, gloomy boo. So I cry and I beg and I beg. Love me, say that you love me. Me for me, go hard and for me. I'm sure Gordy will start streaming here shortly. Should just not say anything how long people take to notice? Okay. I mean, we just started stream, so and you know, it's a slow day. It's a slow day, so I am totally fine with doing that. It's not gonna say no. Always not gonna say everything for the rest of the stream. All right. What am I doing? I'm video editing today. I need to get my meds. I need to take out my meds. Hi, Cynthia Pancake. Happy Tuesday. Hope you're having a great one. I'm hoping to not have medicine burps today. Say that you love me. Fool me, go hard and for think we're doing. What are we doing today? It didn't save. Oh fuck. I want this to be a little bit of a lighter blue. Okay. Do you love me? I'm 100% up to date on One Piece. Nice! Congrats! What will you be watching next? Let's see, we're doing this one today. I like to do this one today. What? Ways of persuasion. Okay, there we go. Jesus. And then I have to get in the water. I started Fairy Tale? Oh, Lord. Understandable. Surprised he didn't do one like Bleach. Bleach. So much power, there's no puppeteer. Just a man. Give me. Okay. Okay. Always for me. Everything, my Penelope. I would, but they don't have a Bleach on Crunchyroll. Oh, that's valid. See, what is on Crunchyroll? I wanna recommend you an anime. It probably won't be a long one because I haven't watched many long ones. Ooh, I have to watch Block Butler. Oh, you should watch this one. To Be a Hero X. I'm not sold on Fairy Tail yet. I'm just starting an episode and then doing another one. No, that's valid. I recommend this one. I heard a lot of good things about this one. To Be a Hero. Underworld instead. Underworld instead. I need to finish reading this so I can watch it. I'm just I need another season. Oh, there's another one I can recommend. I heard Apocalypse Hotel is pretty cute. If you wanted something cute. I watched that. There's only a handful of episodes. Yeah. Yeah, I only know, like, animes that have, like, a handful of episodes. To be honest, I feel like. Ranking of Kings, if you haven't seen that one, I heard that one's, like, really good. That one has 2 seasons. I heard that one's, like, really good. I want to watch that one personally. Okay. Alright, Anna Pantsu making us listen to epic, or just listen to the whole epic. Okay. And I got to just listen closely. The night will make the Trojans pay. And kill this slowly. 7 more days, yippee! Until spring, a summer break. Love your wives and your children. Yeah. And then we're still devouring. I'm gonna steal them. Diabetes. What is this? At large. Attack. Track to lace back minister. Protector. Winter bar the rail, the brothers of Nexter. Strange now. Use that well of pride. Hard to be fade now. Ask yourself inside. What do you die for? What do you live for? What do you die for? So I should be putting this in a different thing, but I don't care. Penelope and Telemachus. This is why I want to watch it. That's valid. If you had a guess, though, if you just had a guess, what would you pick? Fuck, I didn't download it. Cancel. Vision. The undone. We be taught with right here and now. Tell me how you think you're ready. Vision. Someone's son. Like anyone you have faced before. No more. I don't think I'm ready. I don't think you're ready. That was the just an infant. It's just a boy. I'm gonna guess that if I had a Bleach characters, if I had to pick one. I think it's Rukia. This one? This one. That's my guess. And we'll find out in 10 months. 5 months. Penelope. I will burn your house away from home. Make it known. Don't make me do this. You can do this. Alright, there we go. Also, PFP. I think this is how you do it. Hopefully. I think I did it right. I guess we'll find out. I didn't do it right. Damn it. Okay. Video type picking my type is Shunchi, Kenpachi, and Korutsuchi. They have names that are hard to pronounce. You have a favorite anime devouring? Just watch it on other sites. Just watch it on other sites. I don't do well with favorites. Aw, man. Oh, even after all the years away from what I know, I'm just a man trying to survive. DM Boffy. Boffy can tell you. I'm just a man. That's when does a ripple become a tidal wave? Wait. Okay. When does a river become a meteor? Does a candle become a blaze? Why does this still not do it? Bleach, Dr. Stone, Death Notes are top 3, but also One Punch Man. I like One Punch Man a lot for its like its variety of characters is really nice. I haven't seen Dr. Stone, but I heard it's like very educational. Like it goes with like. See, Rhino's works. Rhino's name also clips, but that's fine. Settings. Is it because I spelled it wrong? But it's because I spelled it wrong. I don't think I spelled it wrong. Hundred men, 100 miles so you can see. It's not the distance, it's what lies in between. Did the cause waiting? Kingdom is waiting. It's probably a stretch, but it's very fun. Not valid. Hopefully it works. I guess I'll test it later. I really cuss. 600 men, 600 men, 100 men with enough to feed. Not your typical protagonist. That's valid. I only know like a little bit about. Oh wait, no, I'm thinking of the other one. Not Dr. Stone. What's the other one? Anime about science. Wait, no, is it Dr. Stone? I think I was thinking about Steins Gate. I'm getting Steins Gate and Dr. Stone confused, I think. Too many animes! Who knows? Wheels off here. I see fire, but there's no smoke. Misa and I watched Alyssa. That's such a good anime to watch with a significant other. Did you like it? Who's your guys' favorite characters? My favorite was Senshi. Senshi's my love. I want like Senshi plush. We don't return. Can make this whole place burn. So full speed ahead. Oh, this one's really cute. This one's cute. I was hoping there was like someone that drew it, but that's okay. And away we go. So it's not doing it. So what if I turn it off? Of course, it's Senshi. Also, I really like the voice actor. Me too! I need to figure out where to watch all of Bleach now. That's what I'm saying. Just DM Boffy. Boffy knows. Boffy can hook you up. Boffy has watched like every anime in existence. I feel you're getting nervous, so do yourself the service. Relax, my friend, I'm fine, pull a tease. What we have been through, what we get into. We're tired of the war and bloodshed. Tell me, is this how we're supposed to live? But pure and sword enough said. Who we take when we can give? When you're the person that you trust them. When you try and lower your guard. Some adjustment. Then I have another one called The Shower. Open arms. Every face will find it beating down the heart. A good place we can find up the world is had a star. With open arms, greet the world with open arms. Friends, the world with open arms. Here for food. 600 men are waiting for us to turn your faces. Good morning, you. We don't believe that. Oh, I have to answer comments. Open arms. Speaking my truth. I say that I agree. Look at the way the food is flowing and feel the glowing seeds. We are wild to notice once what kind of food they eat. Notice they control your mind and never let you free. That's how we get with open. Tastes gloomy blues episode. Yeah. Gloomy. Faith and kindness is brave. Know me where there's other food to eat. A cave. Saying there's a cave where we could feast. We will find this food-filled cave. Oh shit. It is amazing when you greet it with open arms. And your face will be so much felt inside your heart. They say that the world is how to start. Open arms, greet the world with open arms. The world with open arms. That's my friend. Yeah, I think this was the one. There we go, that's better. Open the lessons I taught you. I shall be looking while I wrap up work. Sounds good. Have a good rest of your work day. We'll be here hanging out, listening to Epic. Signed you. But in your purpose, let me remind you. Goddess of wisdom, master of war. Life has one mission. The greatest warrior. I had a challenge. Could kill for the thrill. One day you follow me and we'll make a greater tomorrow. We can build it through as we reach him. I answer. You're watching me, show yourself. I see you. How can you see through my spell? Love my ha ha ha. Well done, enlighten me. What's your name? You first, and baby, I'll do the same. Nice try, and you can play this game. Arena, as we seen. Maybe one day you will love me and no makeup tomorrow. Behind. You're a warrior of a very special kind. Oh, my eye itches. Oh! Disappoint me. 23. There's all this for us to keep. I'll hand it to you, folks. It was quite the treat. Though not should be I feed the entire fleet. Almost too perfect. What to be true? But the load is eaters and up on all this food. There's a tiny child screaming outside my window. It's a lot. Not so fun to take. To steal. Slaughterhouse. Misunderstanding never made me to steal. Rather than we done some damage. We make a deal. Never find his pleasure. I live alive. With the world's best tasting wine. Have hard drink. Sip and you'll understand. Now with what's in your hands. Find so fresh, you never want to taste human flesh again. We'll be on our way, bloodshed in here today. You'll seek a gift from you and a gift from me. Thank you. Stranger, what's your name? My name is Nobody. 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 For your gift I've won. I'm so glad we could see eye to eye. You will be final man to die. Let's start with. I think I need images for this one. Yeah, I do. Let's see. Was I sent anything cool? Oh wait, I have some of them in my club. Dead. Night ahead. Cause we're fighting. Sport. Sword. We're supported right here and now. We have. Let's see. Video editing. Fine. Lives at stake. There's just one life to take. When our journey's over, it is not allowed to say so. Fight, fight, fight. Oh. Out of reach. 600 lives at stake. I don't think I have any other images. Let's see what memes we got. It's over. Actually, do I have any on my phone? I might have some on my phone. Not allowed. Not sit through this day, so fight, fight, fight. I just remembered something. Over, flying here and now. A split is not allowed. I have no memes on my phone. There's one. I found a meme. I found one meme. I need another one. I'll use Pog Baby again. Pog Baby is one of my favorites, so I'll use those. Quickly. How much time? I notice in his why. My words now. Not the end. Yes. Remember them. Fire begins to fade. Go back. On a club. What? Okay. I'm trying to see. We left in the past. We are stuck inside. How do we attack him? Ooh, I think my internet might be being slow or something. Ooh. Thanks for the lurk. Die I in vain. Die I in vain. Oh, 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 oh. Okay. Who hurt you? Who hurt you? Who hurt you? Who hurt you? Please. There's nobody. Nobody hurt you. Go. Instead of all the blind, always sweat, it never dries. Flabbergasted has to be in capitals. What episode are we up to on this? You choose not to spare. 17. Arise, remember me. I'm the reigning king of Ibiza. There we go. I'm a mythic hall. I am the target. TikTok user. Reckless, sentimental at best. I'm doing test. The test. This way. Like you, I'd be surprised. Like you. No. Done this way, but I had no this way. I alive this way. Was not alone. You want it this way. This way all the time this way. All before I have a damn goodbye. Mental, and I'm looking for a friend. We still haven't spent. 'Cause I know what I'm fighting for. They're fighting to be known. All alone. Hi, Rainer. Hi. Thank you for the boo. Today, after all, you're just a man. Who had this day? First alive this day. Not at all. go. The crime. How goes the video? The video goes good. It goes good. I'm just doing the easier one first for today. To start off with. But how are you doing, Noble? I hope you're having a great day. Waves in time, roll to faith and size. The divine thing in the skies. All inside the final fight. Unto lie. Doing better. Got me medicines. Are you sick? Oh no, are you sick? Are you okay? That which we've never seen before. Oh, song. That we never. Also, that drop Dutchy Tetris game is really fun. Would recommend. I'm just sick in the head. Mood. And what do you mean drop Dutchy Tetris? What does that mean? What is this? What is this sorcery you put upon me? What is this? Tell me more. I like Tetris. Star. Storm. We will get out alive. Island in the sky. Spread the harpoons. It's Tetris base building roguelike game, also deck building and resource management. Whoa, that's quite a bit. All in one. Interesting. It's really good. I'll send the linky. Hell yes. Thank you. Thank you. Always love deck building and roguelites. Roguelites are like one of my favorite genres. Sky. 7th? 7th, I think so. Do what I think you'll do. Wrong folder. This folder. Ooh. Oh, fuck, I want to play this. Yo, this looks fun. Ooh. Ooh. Thank you for sending that to me. I'll have to try that one out. Hold on, going. Do they have a key mailer? Let's see if we can grab a key. Fuck. How I dress the dark, I've been come so far. I put in 20 hours already. Hell yeah. Not that one. Hold on. I should launch this game so I can actually do the key stuff. Oh, I still believe in goodness. I still believe that we could be kind. Damn. What's Keymailer? Keymailer is this thing that if you make content on games, like if you stream a game, you can tag the game into the thing, and then like some not all, some companies might give you keys for their games to try. And send it to you. A lot of it's kind of poop. Some of it's actually good though. Yeah. Whoa. What's the concern with I can assure you. Brownie is almost done. I didn't want to do this yet. Okay. We will do that after this video. We'll try both. We'll try one of them. We'll try the lost glitches one. Doubt I for each route I devout my with this will die on this. Whoa. If you notice, this room is blocked by an impenetrable storm. Thunder insistence, distance. So if it finds a way home. The game of what I'm hurting. What you're yearning. Right here in this bag. There's a wind and the stars all trapped. Tame. So know who you can trust. Get the bag open, the other thing, no sound. It's a must. Cause the end always justifies the means. Theft and robberies. First and your enemy's concern. What's happening? What's trapped in the bag? The bag. Let's see what you got. Listen closely. That's how it's supposed to be. There's a storm inside. Let the spirit revive. We'll try. Enemies closer. You can trust. Open the way and have closure. The must. The end always justifies the means. Conscience, polities. Enemies closer. You can trust. His eyes swing wide awake, trying to get you home. Storm a tidal wave. Tonight, close. I'm getting closer to you. Memories, dilemma caught. No, I never was. So heavy. Keep your eyes open. Embrace my mouth, why won't you let me? It's changed, but I'm the same, I'm the same. Keep your eyes open. Close in your enemies closer. You know who you can trust. Oh. I have to change all of these to be recorded. The giants. Oh, stop. Labels. Save. I might not do this one today yet because this is one of those easier ones. Yeah, we'll stick with these ones. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Okay. This lovely video we can't. Strike. Made a friendly. I gotta be honest. I was flabbergasted by the sheer amount of poop that landed on the little dude, but let's lots of love to this wonderful. Lots of love to this. Apologize. Flabbergasted. Oh, that was wonderful. And their rendition of the crime. This TikTok user with us, this little diva of a hamster. And honestly, when I get told no, it's having a sweet treat after having a traumatic day, I too sit and like pudge, and all. Little throwback for this week as well is this CD player that looks is this. Hi Kiwi, thank you for the wellness check. Oops. I saw the demo for a game today, Deeper. It looks like Repo with Thaslophobia. Oh god. That's interesting. I like that it's just called Deeper. What's the art style like? Is it similar to Repo as well? CD player that looks like a punch buggy. Do you die? Oh my god. No. Decided we meant no to disarm. And all in all I have to say about this is why don't we have this kind of whimsy in the world anymore? I mean, look at it. Why does modern minimalist? I'll say I gotta make sure the cropping is right on setting 131. Not quite as easy, but guys in deep diving suits. Playing a game called Deeper is funny to think of. Hi Oceanic. I have like reverse styles of I want to go deeper into sea. I don't. Cthulhu can come to me, you know. Cthulhu can come to me. He can stay down there. Become a monster. Monster that's always draws near. All I do is not open this bag. Labels. This one save. I shall render that again when my computer stops lagging. Because it's downloading so much stuff. Okay, that's done. Why don't I do this one last? I think I might edit one more video and then we'll try out the games and stuff. Yeah. Let's get off my chest. I can plan because we can endure. Stay awake no more. For that I'm sure. Oh god, that's a long name. Okay, we're just gonna do Doomer's Life Escape. Okay. Let's do 28 underscore boop. Lost in glitches, I think it's called. The lost glitches. Oh. Oops. The lost glitches. Doomer's Life Escape. Come inside. Come to the best part of your life. I don't find that that's valid. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. Imagine being Poseidon but being scared of the ocean. I'm giving you something to eat. Got you, don't worry, resources got you now. Perfect. Of your past mistakes. All the power. Why'd you pick pears? Between bananas and whoa! I really like mangoes and bananas. And lemons, but I don't think lemon's a fruit. Do you know none of them? I don't. We lost and all we've learned. Let's run. So let's leave. Go. You do the same. Plus oceanic bananas and oceanic tomatoes are that's a good point. Pears are like second and third place. I mean, that's not a low position, you know? Especially if your reasoning is that it doesn't just roll off the tongue like pears does. The power, all the power. Puppeteer, no, nothing, puppeteer. Damn it. There we go. Thank you for the lurk, Zach. Would you like a taste of the power? Wouldn't you like to use more than words? When the mic powers, you can be heard or you can be heard. Like to have some other magic? Wouldn't you like to have come preferred? Magic, all you conquer. You two and animals, you end up on your plate. You fall in love like you're no 100th date. Tied you to the bones. The hunter. Was you can be hard, you can be hard. You like to have some other magic. I love when her music is just singing. It's like one of my favorite parts. If you conquer her. Let's see, 540. 398. Creation, I need imagination. Moment, your opponent. Wouldn't you like to host all the power? Wouldn't you like your outfit word? That's another man. Only my for you. Page. Actually, let's do page. But no. With the palace, What did was reveal the true forms? Let me make this one thing clear. This is you. One wrong move, then you're done for. One proof, then you're done for. You don't feel like putting any spell on me. Use your power. Mistake. Around with my bare hands. This one. Putting back. One wrong move, now you're done for. Done for. One boy, you ain't done for. This one, this one, this one, this one. I'm not saying take. 78 402. 78 4. Oh. Persuasion. There are other modes of control. Let's do 110 and then let's shrink this in a bit. Oops. Am I sure? Let me look at it. Aren't you willing to buy? No, I'm not. Okay, cool. So much power, so much power. There's no. See, 924. vtuber. I just don't give me can't. Oh my power, listen 12 your years. Out of time, in my life, will make you thirsty, let me his mercy, let all of it sleep. Dangerous, I won't find a heart. Oops. Instead, this one. Wait, let's switch this. So much power, so much power. There's no puppet. The actions were clear. What we hear was seated and the prophet. Is your mind, but what we find was seated behind the prophet. Okay, no, it would be better to zoom in on them. Maybe not that much. I hear my screams every time I dare to close my eyes. I no longer stream. There's with those who've died, but it seems the underworld is what's behind. This is your mind. I'm a monster. 558 men who died under your command. Captain, Captain, Captain. I had to close my eyes. I dream. I die. It seems the underworld and past is close behind. From the infant from that night, I keep thinking from the infant from that night. It's amazing when you open arms. If we're leading from love, light up the world. This is It's 824 actually. I think maybe this could go further. Let's skip this down. There you go. All I hear is screams. I said to close my eyes. A longer dream. Nightmares of those who've died. Behind. See, let's do it there. There. I am the prophet with the answers you seek. I have unlocked it, the past and future running free. There is a world where I help you get home, but that's not a world I know. I see a song of past romance, sacrifice of man. See betrayals of betrayals and brothers' final stand. You're on the brink of death. To make it home alive, but it's no longer you. I need music. See a palace covered in red. Oh my goodness, Mordecai, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, raiders. How's it going? How was your stream? How was Balatro? Welcome on in. If you have to raid and run, feel free to do so. Your health is the most important to us here at the Milk Club. But how you doing? How was your stream? Hi. I'm doing good. I was just working on a little bit of video editing. How you doing? How's it going? Welcome on in. Thank you so much. Hi, Ramen Noodle. How's it going? How's it going? It was good. Thanks. I had a couple of good runs. Hell yeah. You know, I really want to be good at Balatro, but like my brain is just so slow sometimes. And like the math just doesn't always math for me, you know? But I'm glad you had a good run. How many times have you beaten the game? Doing good things, of course. I'm glad you're doing good. I'm waiting forever because my internet's being slow because I'm downloading like 20 things right now. I'm wearing my ramen shirt. Hey, yo! I have a ramen jacket. It's like a hoodie. It's a hoodie. But yeah, I'm glad I can keep your people company. We're listening to Epic the Musical while I be a goofy goober and edit stuff. So feel free to hang, have that cozy vibe. I've beaten the game a good couple of times. Need to beat the orange streak though. Valid. I've only beat the first one. I've only beaten the first card deck type. And that's it. Not good, man. But it's a fun game. It's rather addicting to hear the little noises that it makes. What if I'm in the wrong? I have to now do the subtitles for that video. And then we're gonna try some games that I got keys for, is the plan next. What if I'm the monster? Like lobsters, we failed 20 kills. Ooh, I have to mark these as done because I rendered both of those, I think, yesterday. I actually don't know. I think I did. I know I'm pretty sure. Yeah. It's one of those games where once it clicks, you start speeding through runs like it's nothing. Oh, yeah, no, that's valid. I feel like there was a singular moment in time where it made sense and then I lost it. Oh, I'm waiting for Da Vinci. Da Vinci! Someone that's really good at it is Rinfinite, because she's a math teacher. She's like plugging at it, and I'm like, damn. If only I was good at math. Oh, it's well. Alright, scripts, comp, snap captions. Telemachus was and then I have to comment on this. Okay, favorites. Fantasy or real? The one star below. Okay. And then do it one more time so we can have the other color. I tab out because I think it makes it faster, but I don't actually know. Yeah, money is key. Red seal on steel card is goated. Red seal on steel cards is goated. And sometimes meme runs turn out to be really good. It's just about seeing patterns a lot of the time. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I do feel like whenever I've gotten like, oh, you get a buff to like the spade cards or like a type of card, that I always get the fucking what's it called? The fucking you get debuff to that suit. I'm like, bitch. Bitch. Miss me more than you know. Hump in the water and kiss me. Negative 52. I'm afraid of the water. Have you watched Danny Mata reacts to that epic that Buffy? I think so. The game says to screw you like that a lot of the time. Just wants me to suffer. The sounds of the underground. Well, E is a 3D artist that streams talking about streams character design. Streams talking about character design, doodling, yapping, and poisoning critiques. Anyways, I'm gonna go look for a bit while I sort some stuff out. Thank you for being welcoming. Of course! Feel free to come back anytime. We're happy to have you. Thank you for the raid. We'll be here. Have a good time. Have a good rest of your day. You can also see them work on their art and other miscellaneous creative topics on their Twitch. They even post a bit here on TikTok about how they created their model, and other fun facts that I'm sure you'll find interesting. If you want to stay educated, if you want to stay educated with a wholesome creator, I will make this word green. A good word that shares kindness and creativity. Be sure to keep up with them on their Twitter and Twitch. You are no wife of mine. Close. There are packs of you hiding. Okay. Now let's play game. I'm gonna play game for a little bit. Knows I don't tear to the water. The lost glitches, I think it's called. Always Sunday, you might send it to snacks. Those that your friends got snatched. You are alone in the dark. Silence is your only friend. You remember nothing. You don't even know who you are. In the darkness, a burst of light, a rush, unbearable noise. Then silence. You arrived in a strange place, but where? Hold on. This game is loud. Let me put it through game. Ah, good. It worked. Wait, who are you? Never mind. I'm in so much trouble. Let's get out of here. Damn, it's too late. Here, use my spare deck to fight them off. Don't worry, I'm one of the best here. There is, I'll train you, okay? Play cards by dragging them onto the battleground. This is Glitch's power and health. Continue to initiate combat. Click on a glitch to declare it as attacker. Oh, okay. Okay, so attacker and then attacker. Players gain energy at the start of their turn. Oh, look at that little chipmunk guy! Well, this audio is like flat. Okay. Attacks can be blocked by allies. You're 2 energy to play another card. Play this guy. I do like the art of this game. It's quite nice. Ready for combat. Attack. When a glitch's health reaches 0, they die. Makes sense. This very much reminds me of Hearthstone. There's little mushroom guys. There's little mushroom guys in the corner. Release it, hand, and scroll to cancel a playing card. I don't have anything to block. We got this chick again. Whoa. Oh, I skipped my deck. No! I didn't do that. Okay. For combat. Attack. We win! I like the cards. The cards are I like the design of the cards. That was amazing. Uh-oh, looks like they got some friends. The more the merrier. Ooh. You know what to do. I do know what to do. This got a little ramen bowl. I can give it fried kake flakes. Can I click on anything else? Okay, play a card. How much? I only have one. Okay, I'll put you here. Some glitches have talents. Encrypted cards can only be blocked by other encrypted cards. Okay. Ready for combat. Play your software. Play your software to destroy the enemy glitch. Is this a software? It's highlighting these two, so I'm presuming so. Deal 1 damage to a glitch. Oh, and then I gotta click them. Confirm. Ah. Okay. So these are called glitches. I prefer them to just call them cards. Whoa, right click glitches to read their abilities. When this dies, deal 2 damage to your opponent. I gotta confirm a blocker for that, so. Play this glitch and activate their ability. Boop. Press the activate button ability. Okie dokie. Ready for combat. Boop, boop. Oh, I see. Yeah, okay. Nope, I get it. My brain is understanding. Let's work the commander. ./5. Ready for combat. Activated abilities can be activated during combat. Okay. It's our turn. Now we can play our samurai. You're on a roll, give them all you got. I do like the art style for this game. Start combat. Woo! You did well for a newbie. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you were an experienced warrior. Perhaps you were in a former life. Anyway, I think we can go far together. I will help you train. Plus, I've stolen the ship. We'd better get... I just stolen the ship. We better get out of here. Okay. Whoa, there's so many different map types. Okay, I have one, so I can play this guy. I'll put over here. Get 1 skill counter each turn. Okay. You know, right? Use them to activate their powerful abilities. Not really going for the man button, but I get it. I really like the art of this game. This is quite nice. All the effects are very cool. Alright, now we have 2. Let's use this guy. Attack. Predictive strike. During combat, this glitch deals damage before the opposing glitch. If the opposing glitch dies, the glitch does not receive any damage. Interesting. You have enough counter skills to use your... Okay. Activate. Woo. Confirm. Resolve. Okay. The cards are a little plain for my liking, but I'm just happy it's not AI art. Me too. I mean, I guess they're meant to be pretty minimalist, but it's not the worst. Like, I like them when they're on the playing field. We have 3. Let's do this guy and then this guy. Like, looking at them, like, here, when they're on the map, they look really cool. What? How come they gotta put 3? I not block any of the attacks? Yeah, I want to block. Oh, I have to click on my guys that I want to confirm it with. I will say, I don't feel like the story is super necessary. Like, I don't really need a story, to be honest. But, like, I appreciate it regardless. This guy. Whoa, shaman. Whenever an ally dies. Whoa, you should make a maincoow version of the card game from Adventure Time so we can play it in tabletop. Dude, if I'm honest, I just kind of want to play Card Wars. I'd be down to just play Card Wars. I'd have to learn it, but I kind of just want to know how to play Card Wars in general, I guess. Oh, wait, I have enough of this. Activate. Confirm. Resolve. Do this one and target this guy, and we can attack him. Resolve, and then we can get the samurai. Put it here. I want him to attack head on. Attack. Whoa, it's a bee. Whoa, it's like a bison, dude. Both deal 1 damage, so. Yep, there's a card. Yep. There was also like a Kickstarter to make physical copies of Card War cards, which I thought was cool. You go here, you go here, and you go here. Attack! Oh wait, what's this? Bam! Beating them up. Oh, look at these little mushrooms! Aww! Aww! That's so cute! I love it. Okay. I think my favorite physical crafts to get into would be making cards or book rebinding. Dude, I could so see you making a TikTok about that. Like a TikTok where you just like ASMR makes that kind of stuff. That'd be cool. I can do this. Activate. This guy. Confirm. I don't think it's necessary to have 2 like confirm buttons, but was just downloading 3 VODs at 23, no 3. I really want to, yeah, bookbinding's really cool. I really like, have you guys seen where people like draw on like the book pages like on the side? I think that's really cool too. Grandpa. Dunzo. Dunzo. Ooh. I like it. It's cute. Yes, listen to the crisp tears as I skin the book. Okay, so log in with Steam. I mean, if this is gonna be my replacement for Hearthstone, I'm fine with it. I'd like to at least play like one battle that's not. I have a code. Where do I put the code? Where do I put the code? I have a code. Choose my avatar. Aw, I want this one! I want this one! How do I add the code? Code. I don't know where to put this code. I didn't read. Oh! Oh! You know what? I have an idea. Settings cog? I know how we can check. I'll just look at my VOD. I'll just look at my VOD. Before I told you guys that you were stinky? I think it was before I told you guys that you were stinky. Yeah, it was right there. Now we're thinking, yeah. Now we're pod racing. Oh god, the dry. Yeah. Yeah. It was like before this, wasn't it? Got the code and we redeemed the code for this one, so that's like not a problem. And then we wanted the code for the other game. Okay, wait. How to claim it? Grab your coupon code, the button, and download the game. Go through the onboarding to unlock the store. Open the store and enter the coupon. Okay, we gotta go to the store. How do we get to the store? Go to the store, but I not unlocked the store yet. Damn, I've already sent random TikToks to establish a theme. Now next week's will be satisfying videos. Woo! I love satisfying videos. Okay, maybe I gotta play more to unlock the store. I'm not seeing the store. Yeah, maybe I gotta play again? Okay. I'm going first against Quantum Mist. Oh, I didn't get to choose the map though. Which card would you like to replace? The power of this is equal to the number of allies that have died. I'll do this one because we're in the beginning of the round. Am I going against a person? Is that the person? I'm already doing online games? I hope so. I have deal 2 damage to an ally and an enemy. Okay. I can play this guy. When is it my turn? Initialize 2 shroomies. I'm ready for combat. I don't know what's happening. Now it says it's the opponent's turn. Attack my mushroom babies! Or do 1 damage to your opponent? Result. Let's do 2 damage, give an ally 2 to the end of your turn. Draw a random glitch from your deck. Let's do activate. Evolve, sticks and stones. Hell yeah, alright, ready for combat. Let's attack. Oh, I can't block this. Oh no! It's okay, it's only 1 damage. So... I initialize 2 more shroomies. And... oh my god. And then... Oh, I see. Can I undo this? Okay, I guess we're sacrificing 2 shrooms. And then... attack! That's how many dead people we got. Oh, okay. What's this? Oh, they're attacking! No, they're attacking my shroom babies! Don't attack my shroom babies, please! Dies, draw a card. I think I'll have 3 energy this time. So, I like this card. No, we go by Drew, baby. Okay, so we got this one. I'm gonna use Gran. And then... 2 things left. So I think we'll be ready to attack. Solve. So draw a card. I don't know what this is coming from. The medics? Attack. Everyone attack! He's cool. Go to attack. Oh, okay, cool. Start combat. Surprised they're not blocking with this one. So, 2. I only have 2 this time. Take this head on. It's only one damage though. Now we have 6. Whoa! Dies. Initialize 2 shroomies. And then, oh wait, that's 4. Let's attack. Resolve. I wish the music was a bit less like calm. Like, the music's a bit calm for what it's worth, and it kind of, like, makes me feel kind of eepy. But that's okay. Woo! We won! I want my special stuff. I want to fight with my special stuff that I get. I got a cortex. Cool. MVP card, big bad. Oh, okay, now we got the store. Claim your data cores. Free. And now we have a redeem code. Did we get all our stuff? Okay, I think we got our stuff. What's in the heap of cosmetics? Did I do the wrong code? I did the right code. Oh, we got a lot of, like, money. Oh, it gave us, like, a bunch of money. Shroomy bundle, 25 classics, sleeve and is this what we get? I thought we get other stuff. Free. There's free stuff. I'm assuming we got that one. Okay. So what does this bundle get us? 27 packs. Fall in love with the world's most adorable character, Shroomy bundle. Yeah, sure. I mean, we got the stuff for free, so why not? Boosters. Open all my booster packs. Open all the booster packs! Ooh. Okay, that's actually kind of sick, though. Reveal my cards. I like a lot of the art on these cards. These are cool. Why is he purple? Why is that card purple? Whoa! Whoa! That's cool. Return to boosters. Open them all. Open this one too. It was such a loot crate animation. It is. I mean, I guess that's what they're going for. I just kind of don't understand what is the difference between some of these cards. Like, why are some of them purple? Oh my god! Welcome on in, Raiders! Hi, Kieran. How is it going? How was Helldivers 2? We're just playing this game that we got a key for. Can I get... Oh, the Shroomies! We did get it. How was Helldivers 2? We're just playing this little cute little game where we, where it's like Hearthstone, but cyberpunky, I guess. What do you do with the gem shards? Like, there's a lot of gem shards. What do we do with those? I guess you can, well, cosmetics? Oh, there's free ones. Whoa, I like this one. Acupuncturist. So they finally added new stuff to do, so it was fun. Yeah, I saw a TikTok that was like, hey, there's new stuff in the game, and I don't know what exactly it was, but I'm glad you had fun. Yeah, so these are like, I guess, like sleeves. You can get sleeves. I think there's a lot of customization. I like my swarm deck. New cards to your deck. Click here, create a deck. This is your card collection. Can it like suggest one? Can it like suggest a deck? I don't, I'm just clicking random ones. Okay. So a bit more, new enemies, weapon mod, so a bit more challenging. I will BRB though, no problem. Yes, if you need to take care of yourself, feel free to do so. We're just gonna be playing this fun little game, seeing what it's about a bit more. So we got more. Oh, these are the data cortexes. What do the data cortexes do though? Is this how we get booster packs? Is how we get, oh yeah, so we can trade in the currency that we get to get more booster packs. Okay. Let's play one more. You're going second against this lady. I like this art. It reminds me of what's the game called? It's made by Blizzard. I don't remember. Corrupted. What does that mean? I want this one energy, sacrifice an ally, give this 1+1. Okay, so we have one. So gain 1 energy, sacrifice an ally to draw a card. Let's do this one. So we can gain an energy, and now we have 2, and now we can initialize 2 streamers. I'm surprised I don't see much AR tabletop games in the Cyberpunk Simulator. I imagine a card game you can collect physically and store digitally. But yeah, I mean, I think it's because Hearthstone has such a monopoly on like card players, along with like Yu-Gi-Oh as well. Yu-Gi-Oh and Magic the Gathering, I feel like they just have such a strong hold on the TCG card game that it's kind of like, well, what can you do about it, you know? Confirm blockers. So this is honestly just reminding me of like Hearthstone, just different. This one? And then we'll sacrifice. Actually, I don't want to sacrifice just yet. How do I undo that? I guess I can't. Okay, I'm back. Welcome back. Welcome back. So how are you? I'm good. I'm having a good vibey day. Just kind of hanging out. It's a cloudy day today because it's raining. This game's pretty good. It's kind of a typical kind of like battle card game. I don't really know the category of this game. I just think of Hearthstone when I play it. So but I like a lot of the visual effects and the graphics are very nice. Your opponent initialized. Oh, what is this? Oh, this glitch can't be blocked. This glitch can't attack. This glitch dies at the end of turn. Okay. Okay. So you're gonna block this attack. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's a free game on Steam. So if you're looking for maybe a new deck builder game, I could recommend this. Yeah. Power of this equals the allies that have died. 5. 3. I can play this card. And then ready for combat. Void Kitty has zoomies! Yippee! It's cute when the cats has zoomies. Sticks and stones, fucker. Yeah. Then I think I'll get 3 things back. Oh, they healed. What's this one? It follows. This is cool. They have like a robotic card deck. Whoa. When this strikes, the opponent directly steal 1 energy from them. That's fucked up! That's fucked up. Oh my god. 1/1/1. It's gonna take out this one. I don't want it to. Not always, but mostly it's fun. Sometimes I get struck. That's understandable. My little Momo bean gets a little destructive sometimes. Whenever an ally dies, give this one 1. It's 2, 4, 4. It complains when he does something back there. And the Void loves challenging her older brother, then complains when he does something back to her. That's how it be. That's how it be. That is how it be. There's nothing for me to click on, is there? They don't have like little clicky thingies. Well, that's a clicky thingy, but I mean like, what is that? Oh, they have emotes. Be like, hi. Hi. Oh, that's so cute. It's a cute emote. I love it. Now my Momo bean has begun to be a little bit of a rat baby. Oh, Takeo. Oh my god, I love that you have emotes for both of your cats. I should get emotes for my cat. Your opponent is initialized a corrupted rock friend. Okay, where are you gonna put it? Where you gonna put it? I'm gonna put it on the end. Okay. And this is my old cat. Aww. I think it's really cool that you have emotes for all your cats. Very cute. Very cute. Alright, so we got 1. And then let's do it for this one. Which dies at the end of the turn. Okay. Crazy cat dad. Hey, we love a crazy cat dad though. We love crazy cat papas. What's this one? When you initialize a gift, give this +1 power. Oh, I have 5. Ooh, let's do this one and then let's do grandma. And we'd have 10. We have 10 doublage. Oh, they're not looking great. They're not looking great, chat. Corrupt the glitch. Oh no, my big hitter. I need to hit them twice. Oh, here we go. There we go. But yeah, seeing that they are visible on stream time to time, sleeping on my lap. Aww, it's so cute. I've always wanted to have a cat cam. Moira doesn't sleep in my office as much anymore. She probably will as like the heat comes back maybe, but she's been sleeping out in the living room quite a bit more. Yeah, that makes sense. Representation, kitty representation. Okay, that was cool. I feel like I got a good feeling of the game. I feel like this was pretty typical of like a... We've been playing ranked? We're now bronze. You wanna do one more ranked match? I didn't know we were playing ranked. Can I not play unranked? Wait, what? Okay, you can't... Hold on, wait, let me move my bean chair. Okay, on this side of me, right below where it says play, there's ranked and then unranked. I can't click unranked. So... That's interesting. I guess it doesn't matter that much though. Like, I'm not that bothered by it because it's like, I would rather play a deck building game that throws you into, like going against people. But I feel like I should be able to click unranked, you know, instead of just staying in ranked. But, are you sure you want to surrender and exit? Go ahead. That's not so bad. It was an interesting game. Let me write about it really quick so I don't forget. So, interesting game. Art is cool. I got to try the game thanks to Keymailer. There is a lot of info, but you pick it up quickly, and there is a cute mushroom deck, and I like mushrooms. So it's a plus. It's free on Steam. Okay, I can flesh that out later. And then I don't know if I want to try Vari just right now. Maybe we could. What's this? Cat breed. I can't wait for this Mugenics. Can't wait for Mugenics to become a game. We added Vari to ours. Project Vari. It's the demo. How long is the demo, I wonder? I'm very interested in this game as well. The art style looks very interesting. It looks like it's like a story visual novel kind of game. It's also seemingly partially in Russian. It's time to return to real life. So I'm very interested in that. I need to go to the restroom really quick. So I'm gonna play you guys some music. We're gonna go back to Epic for a little bit. And then I'm gonna edit some more. And then we'll try the other game. But I'll be right back for now, okay? I gotta go to the bathroom. So everybody go take a piss break, stretch, get some snacks if you need to, okay? I said it before, the B&B, but I love... Oh, thank you! Thank you. But I'll be right back. Mwah. I'll be right back. And then you can stare at me some more. Guess who's back? I'm back. I'm back at a really good song too. But thank you. Thank you. Thank you for complimenting my model, because I too love my model. While you were asleep. I downloaded it right. Yeah, I did. Okay, cool. The Lost Witches. I need logo. Logo? 6 torches. I'm gonna get the logo for this as well. Oh, wrong one. Save. Okay. Run for your life. Sorrows and fear. I just realized I was stuck on one of the videos. We're stuck. We must do it. Let's see, Howlett's doing stuff. TV. You're the same, you and okay, there we go. Did I mess this one up? Huh? What? TTV? Oh, it's TTV. It's gonna tell me captain. You just not just sacrifice us men. You just I'm paying mad. Okay. Lives of 6 of our friends. The Cyclops. Ah, this one. I was like, what the fuck am I doing? Alright, Wrong crew. Like you brother, they were the same. Very old. Relicus. Relicus. Odysseus. 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 There's no voice we won't pay. We're not letting you get in my way. The bit, make sure it doesn't become addicted. Nah, he's just watching. The chat's just watching other streamers, our friends. We're supporting our friends. And we're just giving them love. Lie on it, we won't die on it. I'm pretty sure at least BLT's not addicted, right, BLT? Speaking of BLT, we should test his new model soon, because I think it's done. I'm currently working so hard on art for someone. It looks so different. Yeah, that is how it tends to go. But I'm glad that you're working hard on it. I'm sure it looks great. Especially if it's the one that you've been sharing in the club, in the fridge. I'm sure it'll look great. In front. So heavy, hunger is so heavy. I'm about to do what I think you'll do. Go back home. Look at it. It's so much more detailed. Let me look. There's a home. Whoa. I love it though. I love how you did the eyes. God damn. Look at you, Rally. Look at you go. I'm so proud of you. It's looking sick though. I'm excited. I'm excited for you. I'm sure it's gonna look bumping when you're done. I grow every day you do, and you're doing amazing, and I love you for that. Die like this. Whoa. You have the boot. My song go to around lives like this. Okay, we gotta get all these tags. Coworking, video editing, streamer, cozy, chill, goofy, comfort, gaming. And now, May 6th. From the time I was a little kid in nursery to now, I have drawn and I shall continue drawing. My legacy will live on forever. Yay! We love a good legacy. And your legacy will live on with us. Now that now that we know you, you will be the immortal rat. Forever. Forever. Let's see. That's good. Okay. I stretch a little bit there. All right. Everyone kneel down. Yes. Kneel before the epic rat rally. There's a damsel in distress. Away where only I can undress her. Thank you for the wellness check. Let me drink some more water. Make sure. I feel like it's been on there for a while. Thank you for the cheek pat. Gonna alert. Just got off of work and wifey wants L&L. No problem. Love you. Be revealed. I don't know what I do. Take a break water bottle. Okay. I just didn't know if it was working. The weight of them, it's a some faith, the thunder bring her through to pick your duty. To heal charge for you, the crime will let you do your gift of crime. Like today, I got told I sounded like a 10-year-old boy in VR chat. The one time I built up courage to talk, I got told I'm gonna be real. Fuck them. One time I was playing on my PC. All right, I was hanging out with some of my old friends. I was sick. Okay, at least I was sick. All right, so at least I had that going for me. But I was sick. You know what they told me? They said I sounded like a little Mexican boy. I am a full-grown Korean woman. And they're like, you sound like a young little Mexican boy. And I'm like, what? So fuck them. They probably don't even know what a whammon sounds like. Or anything other than a little boy. Sorry, not to assume your gender, but I'm just presuming that the person that told you that doesn't know what anything other than a little boy sounds like. Or a little snotty little child, you know? So there are a lot of those on the internet. Oh, Mexican boy, like, I'm not Mexican! I'm a full whammon. I'm a full Korean whammon. I'm a girl. Okay, well then yeah. So I doubt that they really know what a woman sounds like. So, fuck them. Fuck them. Nature revealed. Fuck them. I'll eat them. You want me to eat them? If you'd like, I can eat them. Like, did they expect? Yeah, it's like either they expect, and like I feel like I am not 30. I don't speak. Yeah, like fucking like I think they either. So like I get that a lot because I feel like I don't have like a high pitched enough voice to be like well, oh my god. But I also don't have a deep enough voice to be like, hey, how's it go? You know, I don't have sultry, but I don't have cutesy. I just have my voice, and it's just in that middle. I don't know, like what, like. I like my voice, and you should like your voice, and if anybody says bad things about your voice, I'll eat them. Straight up, vor. Just put them in my mouth. Not even in a sexual way. I'll eat garlic. I'll eat so much fucking garlic before I eat them too. It'll be a hell ride. I'd even eat some glass before too, so it'd be a terrible ride down. Stories. Too far. Tell me. Garlic bread. Yeah, I'll eat garlic bread and then I'll eat them and then they'll be like, hey. I made people disappear if that's helpful. Yes. Yes. Also helpful. I mean, they're not gonna get swallowed fully, so they have to be spit up and put somewhere. So, I'll give them to you. Make them slaves. Comprehensive. I will drag all of them to the rat den and the rat god will decide. Yes! Let the rat god decide. I've been paid to scary, but I want to be legendary. Or scary, but I wanna be legendary. Where's the man who good idea for a VTuber rat god? Oh yeah. Yeah, do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Design one. Design one. Design one. Do it. Don't let the yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I had a person once say that my voice that I have right now makes me very punchable. Like, they were listening to my voice and they're like, I want to punch you in the face. And I was like, oh, okay. It fucked me up before, but I shall ascend. I need to be a rat god, you do. To me, you are already a rat god, but let's get you to be a rat god. Truly. Did it download it? It already downloaded. Fight, little entertain me. Fight, little wolf. What the hell? Your voice is so nice, though. Aww. Thank you. It means a lot. It's funny because it was when I was told that, I was like, it was not like, out of all the things that I had in life, my voice was never something I had anxiety over. And someone was like, I'm gonna punch you in the face because of your voice. And I was like, oh no, you can't take the one thing that I'm confident in, which is my own voice. Fuck off. So fuck them. I'm happy to devour anyone that is mean to my rat god. We'll fight. We'll die, then we're gonna die. Okay. On here, I don't find around. I shall devour all that is mean to Atlanta as well. Bring me sacrifice. I'll easily bring you sacrifice. I'm happy. You know, not all, no, you know, I'm gonna say it. Not all of YouTubers need a god form, right? So everyone else can have a god form, like you, Rattly, you can be a rat god, and I'll be the minion. You know, not all of us VTubers can have god forms. And I think that's a good thing, you know? I think there's some of us that are meant to be peons, and I'm a peon. I'm just a funny little court jester, you know? Stop caring about what other things made life a lot easier. That's valid. I mean, it's a little hard in terms of being a content creator because I want to make you guys happy. But at the same time, I know the people that are here for me that actually care about me being here are going to be more happy about me being me than anything else. And that's what I want for you guys as well, is for you to be happy with the way you are. Only thing I have to be careful about is to use a filter from time to time. That's valid. I struggle so much talking to new people. No, that's a mood though. Only it was thanks to Bothy and Gore that I've been trying to have more like being social and having collabs and stuff, but I'm not extremely social. Okay, so I'm just gonna use the beginning, I think. I love this song. Okay. And we grow apart, and these like maybe we'd unwind. Using a sort of avatar online helped so much because you're able to build something you want to improve. You want to be and improve yourself on through that. And anonymity is my savior because one of my biggest fears online is doxing. That's valid. I feel like, to be honest, that like me having this VTuber allows me to show off the most welcoming parts of myself, like my hair and like the funness and the goofiness, and I don't have to worry about, I don't know, maybe I have a pimple on my face, or like I just, you know, I'm just not in the mood, and I'd rather because when you're on camera, right, you have to show all the time that you're good, you're vibing, you know, but like maybe you'll have a moment where you slip, and I don't always want that to show, and I want to be an uplifter for you guys, not see my mug is for other stuff. No, my mug, we can worry about my mug later. I'm like, what if I have a runny nose and you can't see that I have a runny nose? And then let's get just a clip of this. I want a clip of this. Okay, so let's do. Yeah, if you are a face streamer, then you have to make sure that you don't slip up. For me, I feel like I get the wrong angle of my face. I just look. Yeah, like if you guys saw the, and this is unflattering for anybody. Okay, so don't at me. I sit here, right? Here's my desk. Here's my monitor. My camera for my phone tracking looks up at me. And so if you saw that, I'd retire. 12 gauge shotgun who? I would die. I would die. I would bleh. Man, I want you to me, myself, my paradise. End of time. Your mind, all mine. Scrub. Paradise. End of time. All mine. Let's see. Okay, let's try to do a sound effect. For screams. I don't know where I've been. The only coming part of my raid message, people I got to know through streaming gave me nicknames revolving me around being old, so I use it. No, that's valid. Also, most people that have like the title of being old and grumpy are like the nicest people I know. Like Havoc. Havoc's pretty nice and he's old and grumpy. I feel like a lot of old and grumpy people aren't actually that old and grumpy. I screams. Let me close my eyes. Good Lord. One of the next guys I have in Discord is Father Time. Hell yeah, that's cool. That's cool. I actually quite like that. That's really cool. I feel like if my Discord were to nickname me, I would just be Autistic Little Egg or something. Because he was here before the old gods were born. That's really cool though. I know that's calling you old, but that's really cool though. Maybe a little bit sooner. Track. Symbols. Under. Not like a game. I want to play Minecraft so bad right now. But I can't. Honestly, I think the reason that some people don't use facecam is because they think that anything that seems ugly to themselves will somehow be unnatural. It's absolutely fine to never use a facecam. Whatever people feel comfortable with is important. But I feel like it shouldn't be normalized to think of yourself as unnatural, to be honest. I think that too, but I try my best to improve. That's a very good mindset, because, like, it's hard, right? Because the people that use face cams and the people that post on social media, like, I only came recently to the realization that, like, there are more average looking people in the world than there are stunning people in the world, you know? And, like, I don't know, that was, like, such a hard, I, like, literally this, like, last month, I think, realized that the stunning people that you see on their internet isn't the majority of people in the world. And it's like, what? Like, because I am chronically online. Like, chronically. Like, even right now, I have social media open. We're doing social media things. And, like, I'm just surrounded by it. And then I go outside, and everybody and their fucking mother looks normal. Not bad. They're not ugly. They're just people. You know? And I just, like, it's such a crazy thing. And I wish more people knew that a lot more people look normal than you think. And you look more normal than you think. The big issue is in the world we live in, people expect something. And if you don't meet their standards, you aren't good enough. Yeah, and I'm going to punch whoever decided to make that a societal standard. I'm going to punch them so hard in the face. I don't even have that good arm strength, but I'm going to punch them to the fucking moon. So bad that their fucking ancestors are going to fucking feel it, man. And feel it in their left nut, and they're going to be like, oh, my left nut. Man. I'm gonna fight so many people and so many things. God's not ready. Did I do that right? I didn't. Oh, fuck. There we go. I love this part of the song. I am who I am, and if people don't like it, like them, they can walk the other way. And online people usually post only flattering things. That's absolutely fine, but people should never forget that people they see online are the exact same as you. They're all human. Nobody's like posing, especially because for a normal person, if you like tilt your body like a lot of the ways that they do, it makes you look a lot skinnier. But then when I remember there was this TikTok of like people that like, what do you do if you were like, what happens when you relax from those Instagram poses? And they look like normal people, and they have that normal pudge, and they have that normal tummy, and god damn it, I wish that was more normalized. Cause I sure as hell won't change to please those fuckers. Excuse my language. Nah, I love that bad language. Bad language is good for your soul. Saying things like fwick and fudge nuggets, that's not good. You're edging your body when you do things like that. I mean, I understand. Censoring yourself around children or maybe more sensitive like. But fuck that shit, motherfucker. We don't need no snowflakes. And I think the crazy thing is about like the conversation of snowflakes is a lot of people aren't snowflakes. A lot of people are just people that understand their own boundaries and are like, yo, what the fuck is wrong with you? Be considerate, you know? And I think it's crazy. Yeah, don't change for everybody. People should like you for who you are, not who they want you to be. Good chat. Good. I'm proud of us today. I like it. Because the more people that like understand the idea of like, oh, like there's nothing wrong with me. It's the perception of the world. The way better we're gonna have a time. And it's gonna make me. It just makes me more happy. The more people that understand that it's like, it's never usually to have to do with you. Proud of the milk duds. Yup, I'm proud of you guys. You guys are my everything. Not sorry for loving you. Okay, we just used that. Okay, I'm gonna start. However, Gramps is gonna go to bed and try to get some sleep. Good night. Good night. I hope you sleep well. Thank you for stopping by and for the raid, and I love you. And I hope you sleep so fucking well that you only have great dreams. Mwah. It's your life. Live how you want. Everyone lives differently, and everyone thinks differently. So try not to be the exact same. Amazing, my sister. Thank you. Have a great sleep. Have a great sweep. I might actually use the beginning of this. Love you, but not in the way that you want me to. I'm in love with you. See. So, what's a good example of the dry brushing? Ah, my eyeball! There's hair in my eye. Oh my god, there's a hair in my eye. Okay, we're good. Open this back. Oh friend. Oops, so. Final option. They all head off now. More social improvement time. VR chat. Here I come. Yay! I'm so proud of you. Yes, still go Router Rally. Yes, feel free to tell me how it goes. I love you, and I'll be here waiting for your updates, your progress reports. Otherwise, we'll be here. Have a wonderful time. I hope you make tons of friends. Put it all on the line. It's dangerous. It's the main event. Gonna get home. Put it all on the line. Move track up. That loves you too. Yippee! Have a nice time in VR chat. Oh, how far we keep on going. There's also on the aisle. Just you with a smile. Let's do. Enjoy, my friend. It's a change to this real gun. To this real gonna be home. Bring it all on the line. For this. Okay. Scoot these over. And then look my way. You don't know what to say. I'm falling head on. Not flying here. I'm not fighting here. Oh, holding on. Ah! Ah! Bring it on. And then run fair horns. Oh, holding on. Scared. Oh, holding on. I kind of want to use this other video too, though. Where is... Without victim destroy. I got a reputation. Raise the tide so high, all of it, the car will die. Get in the water. Water. Get in the water. I forgot. To side beside in 12 years, how will years go? You could learn to forgive. Okay, let's switch these two. This one, and then this one, and then I think that'll be better. Oops. Then I want this. I don't know if I have a page noise. Elemental P paper rippling page flip. There we go. Nice. I don't know if I have that noise gif. 100 men. Let's do noise gif. Edit. I will get back to my wife. I will get back to my wife. Why is it a web pedo? I'm mad with one of my friends. Overloaded by your hands. See, Thursday. And then the Let's Play was downloaded as well. And then now we're downloading Friday. And then see release my storm. Okay. Okay. Feel no pain. I want to die enough. Explain all moments. You and I been through. Nice. I don't know if I have the audio thing. Nope. Okay. Star. Oh fuck, it's in the wrong folder again. add track text. Then I'd like this. This last one. Come to this house, won't be here. You please be the man of the house. The wax is gleaming. It's true. Hold without the best of you. Oh, then he would carry the best of you. How long ago was that video? 10 months ago? Waiting, 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 waiting. This one. Old Kingsborough, to the vexes cleanly. The king got down at the throne, with the as his queen. Sing with the man. Repetition. Hold us down. Hold us down. Cool. Now time to get some music. Inside their throne, Lotus who's not around. I heard he's on a diplomatic mission. Oh boy. Down the hilly way. Hi V. How are you? Huh? Yeah, we've been listening to Epic all day. I know there's fire inside a song. Arrangements and pain. Rename. I just want this to be 33. Act like Troy. I'm good, kind of bored, so now I'm working on some homework. Are finals coming out for you yet? I don't know what final season is like where you live because it's so different across the US. It's crazy. Only working because late work. Valid. Late work is better than never work. Finals are probably at the end of May. Okay, that makes sense. End of this month. Let's see. Where is he? I just have mentioned finals, but I'm not sure when they're happening. Oh, that's valid. Some people get out later than others. Like Devouring, he's got 7 days left till spring break, so they're in the midst of finals, you know? I think my calc teacher is doing it next week or the week after. If it's not clear, then it's probably not coming up just yet. That would be my understanding, at least. Artistic technique. Dry brushing in terms of art is where you apply thin coat of paint, a raw dry brush, and gently apply to whatever you're painting. This technique is used. It creates a weathered but also highlighted look as much the paint will grab onto higher surface areas. Oftentimes, this type of technique used for minifigure painting or for miniature scale painting. I personally used it on this pair of Ren Fair horns. I wore to my last Ren Fair. Hashtag Ren Fair. That's actually a really good time video because it's Ren Fair season. And I gotta say, that's pretty nice. In-depth example of dry brushing. Mistake. And the usage. Let's see. I don't think that Did it? Okay, cool. Okay. That's done. Just making sure that everything's all good. I think so. I think I got everything. I think that was everything for that, at least. Since we're already here, I guess I can try to do the get in the water thing. The meme from yesterday. TikTok template. Snap captions. Dude. Okay, save. Get in the shower. Shower. Oh, do you think so much it hurts? Each other, you take the me, you turn me under, you. Nope, I have regrets. I don't want to do it. What's happening? What's happening? Are you okay? Technically, he broke homework policy at our school, so I'm opting to send him an email instead. Oh my god! Oh my god! Okay. So now I have all the get in the shower moments. I'm fine. I'm just feeling too lazy. No, that's a mood though. So, are you watching me? Show yourself How do I do that? Okay. You do that. The simplest way to do it is to go to creator dashboard, go to content video producer, and then click on any past broadcast, and then click export. So whatever stream you want, click export, and then you'll log into your YouTube account or whatever. You'll log in, and then it's just and then it'll send it. It should be pretty simple. That should be the fastest way to do it. If it doesn't work, let me know. But it should be pretty self-explanatory from that. So if it doesn't work though, again, let me know and I can figure out another way for you to do it. Does this not work? Yeah, you could. If you don't, you could highlight them, and if you don't have over 100 hours of stream, you could just highlight them and deal with it later. And you just highlight them by clicking the highlight button right here on past broadcasts, and then it highlights them. And you just highlight the whole thing. It's right there. I was having to do it later. Valid. So yeah, go make a new YouTube if you want, and then go from there. I'd say best bet. Oh, it's right there, actually. Get in the water. It's right there. been waiting. Mm-hmm. What if we did this one? Alright. I do want to listen to the other just... What is the song? Is it this one? So is it this one? I don't know. Well, this is a Spanish cover. I want to listen to the... This one. Is it this one? I don't think this would happen. Hi, Gore! Fuck, okay, I guess we can't listen to it. That's fine. Thank you! You're the first one to comment on it. I got rested today. Demon helped with the dog. She's being bossy, though, because I'm blind and can't see dirty towel stains. She's a bitch anyway, so fuck him. Thank you! Thank you. You're the first one to comment on it. Cries. I'm kidding, I don't really care. I'm making an edit on me crashing out over yesterday's water scenario because it made me very upset. Okay. Welcome to the little moo hair ties are hella cute. Thank you. Here, I'll give you a close up because you're the first one to talk about it. Hi. Hi. Do you like my hairpins? Isn't it cute? I'm pretty cute, huh? I also can do this. I can also just have like kind of like a buzz cut. This one. Kiwi, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub at 6 months. I'm home, had to go back because I didn't check the bag and they forgot something. They always be doing that. Short hair, yeah. We'll have another short hair version with the final model. But for now, this will do. But for now, hey, ain't we cute? Don't we like the way the little cows bobble? My bow, if you look at it, it also is slightly a bit more dimensional when I turn as well, which I quite like a lot. Also, like, look, when I take the bow off, it's like a whole different VTuber. Watch. Etc. Default outfit. Like a whole different girly. I was posing with this yesterday. I was playing with it a lot yesterday. Aren't I cute? Aren't I just so cute? But yeah, I was just messing with it yesterday. People says I'm not allowed to say anything to see how many people notice, so it's always fun to play with models. It is. You look like you're going to act all sweet and then scam me out of travel funds. Tee-hee. Tee-hee. You don't know. I know something had changed, but I figured I was probably wrong. No. We got a little bit of a hairdo style change. We're cute. We're cute. That's what we are. Alright, I gotta slide all these clips together. Oh my god. Yeah. This is a thing that I wanted to do because I thought it'd be fun. Because we got an update on the model, so I was like, because my last model also had pigtails as well. Do I have a picture of it though? I don't know if I have a picture of it. I feel like it'd probably be in screenshots if I'm honest. It'd be in here somewhere. Where is it? TTRGO. Where is the other hairdo? Where is it? Oh yeah, see? I had the pigtails on this model as well. I also got a sign from the TikTok other my everybody would write your damn book. Hell yeah! TikTok making me motivated. I like the texture on that drawing. It reminds me of my mom's curls. Yeah, I just wanted messy hair to be honest, but yeah. It's because Luro does hardcore hair texture. I quite like it though. Okay, I think. Alright, I have to like modify this a bit, but we're getting there with the get in the water meme. Okay. Alright, I'm just deciding if I want to zoom out at all. Trying to level this audio out a bit. Okay. Hold on. Let me reapply this because I want to know if I. I don't think I have. Maybe this one was the best one. Actually, maybe I changed my mind. Okay. Oh, we could do like a slow zoom here. I need an adjustment clip. And then this one to here. Here to here. Okay, it's gonna be. Would it be possible to also drag? Oh, no, it's not. Do I not have one I like? Let's do this one instead. So this one goes here. Momo. Moira. Where are you, Moira? Hi, baby. Hi. You have a good nappy. You have a good nappy. Hi, baby. Oh, were you lonely? Your dad's in a meeting. He's busy, but you could stay with me if you like. I could give you some scritches and some cuddles if you'd like. Is that what you would like, my big girl? You're not even looking at me, dude. I'm like giving her scritches, but she like refuses. Okay, I exported all of them. Good job, V. I'm very proud of you for figuring it out. Petting your tail. Says it has a process. Yes, it will take a little bit. So just leave it on in the background and it'll sort itself out. It'll probably take a little bit, but it'll get itself figured out. You don't gotta touch it. And then... Man, this feels great. What does? Can I use that piece? Should VODs turned on for the first few scenes, whatever. It's okay. Okay, wait. We could use this beginning piece instead. We could. Oh, but it's so much shorter. Like this part. And then this one would just be me going here like this. This one, right? It would be like. Oh god, wasn't me. I took this section, right? It's a bit more menacing, I'd say, than the other one. Oh, my brain. My brain. Okay, wait. Right. I moved my head quite a bit. I think I might have to zoom in out a bit. Hmm. Hey, Rap, happy toes. How you doing? How was your meeting? And then we could do an adjustment clip to zoom. Right here. Goob, I'm glad. Let me zoom. I don't like this. I don't like doing it like this. Doing good. Meeting was good. Started to put stuff together. Lots of reading for this week though. Understandable. Do this one. What if I speed point? Then add. Okay. And then I do that guy, and then we bring this guy back in. Oops. Oh, is this a whole section? Oh shit. Okay. Whoop. Whoop. Alright, how is this? Okay, and then we do this one. Okay, I think I would add like this raging bit to here. Ah! Wait, I need your opinion on my design. I had an evil thought today. Okay, DM me. I'm ready, DM me. Have to be like... But this would have to go here, so it'd have to be like... Wait, so could I, now that I'm using this instead? Yeah. Yeah. Trying to figure out the best way to edit this. Okay. Oh, give me the whole thing. Actually, could I just do... Okay, I could push it like a little bit. I think. Push it like a little bit more. Yeah. That'd be perfect. Okay, and then soap. Soap. And this way. Ooh. It's like there. And then this one needs to go here. Blech. My eye edges. No, my eye edges. I'm dying. Okay, we're good. I don't know what we're listening to. Oh, we're listening to PS 4704. Oh, thank you for the boop. Alright, okay, hold on. Alright, so this part, bring it back. Alright. Oh, wait. I gotta zoom in. So DaVinci knows that I'm serious. Thank you for the wellness check. God, we're gonna go through a roller coaster. All right, let me drink some water first. All right, we gotta put our thinking goggles on. What if I tilted it? And this one got tilted like the other way. Okay, there is fine, I guess. But then, like, wait, I did it wrong. Okay, here I didn't want it. Right, and then do I have one here? I don't. Okay. I don't like this kind of like, it's like this. So I would almost go here and then bring it back this way a bit. So it's like, let's see. Okay, and then this one is the same thing where I have to boop. Whoop. 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 There you go. Wait. I gotta do that the same way for this one. Ooh. Boop. Boop. And then this way. And then this way. Play it. Play it. Wait. Okay, and then this one is the next one. This one. Let's see, this one and then... and then this one. Let's see. It's like a little bit more this way, so it's like... this way, and then... That was an interesting song. I'll give you that. Sorry if I am focused. I'm trying to get this I'm doing the get in the shower meme. Why? There's a thing happening here and it's making me upset. Oh. Where is it? Or was it? Or what? That's valid. Okay, so now I need to move this track up. And then, delete empty tracks so I can clean this up. There you go. And then I just need to, just gonna reduce this by like 5, I think. Okay, maybe like -2 though. Oh, problem. What's up? What's happening? Yeah, 5. Now this one's like 5. And then red template, and then this will be 0. And then here's when it gets to 100. And hit the button to turn it into 15-minute video. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. If you do that, and if anybody decides to watch your VODs, it'll become such a jarring experience to watch 15 minutes of like a 3-hour thing. So it's good that you didn't do that. Most people don't do that. 350 actually. It's like if you were to watch a movie that was split into 15 minutes. I think I need this to be more subtle. So like 25 instead. It refused to upload my stream? What error did you get? My stream failed to process because they were too long. What the fuck? Were they over 12 hours long? At that point, I would download them and I would split them in half. But that would be work, so. I'm trying to think. No, weird. So it can't go over 50 because it's not verified? That's stupid. I guess you could do it that way then. I guess if you click the button, if you have to, I guess you should, but yeah, I guess. And then I want camera shake on an adjustment clip. Oops. Oh. Okay, and then let's do camera shake. Thank you. PTRC and pan amplitude. And then we just do it like this, and then we do it like this, and then I took this to 0. I think PTR speed needs to be at 0 as well, and then go to whatever it was. So What? Should be 0, 0, 0. Okay, and then nom nom. Mm. The PTR speed needs to be up higher. And bring this up, bring this down. Is it not that? Mm-hmm. I guys need both. Okay, hold on. Smart, be smart. Okay, I need to do, I think what the thing I have to do is what is this one? Like money, use funds like fun. Actually, what happens if it's this one? Wait. You use and go back and then go forward and do this and this and this. Like here, right here is when I start to get upset about it, so I'll do it here. And then you go. I like it. It's getting better. So it's a lot of work. This is witches. Grind by witches. Shiny 100%. Oh, goodness. I didn't think this through. It is work. I don't feel about Daniel Thrasher. Is he what I think he is? This last song, like, it was okay, but I like the meme by itself. It is this guy. I like his skits. A little bit sooner. Dear, oh shit, it is, isn't it? It was from earlier. We were playing that game. Thank you. I think I've heard this one, but also it's just not. It doesn't hit. It doesn't hit like Tom Cardy's. That's valid. Baby, what do you use? Edit stuff? DaVinci. DaVinci Resolve. They have a free version that's really nice. Yeah, DaVinci would work. Doesn't take that long. Wait, what if it was just this instead? Okay, I think it was better. Oh, I'm kind of confused why I can't see. One. This one's two. Okay. Okay. Okie dokie. I think that's good. And then I'm just gonna do like little meme edits. Alright. BLT, where are you? Where are you, BLT? Nope. Yeah, it just, you know, I like him. I like his skits, but he just doesn't get me like Tom Cardy does. Like Tom Cardy just is just, I don't know. It just gets, it's different. Like, I don't know. We listened to this one a lot. Let's listen to it, everyone. TTS. We need I just realized we don't have a PNG of this guy. You want to be standing for this? You can stand for this if you want. think that his best stuff is shorter. Yeah, or that, like, I just like his skits. Like, Tom Cardy doesn't really have skits, he just does music. So it makes sense why I think I like his music more. Whereas, like, his skits are really good, so. You know what, BLT? I'm gonna take a break from doing this. I'm gonna export your new body. How does that sound? You wanna shed your previous skin and put on your new skin, buddy? Let's do that. I think you're good, but let me make sure one more time. So we got your sit, your breathing, when you talk is good, I think. I think the only other thing I would rename this to hat. And then I'd put it on your head though. Body, head, face. So then when you why is this not moving with it though? Oh, it's because I didn't put it in there. I think that works. Should I put yours in here? There we go. See you again. I think this was okay. But how are you? I'm good. How are you? I'm good. How are you? Save. Replicate parameter. And then there's your hat. And then edit parameter is gonna be hat. Okay. Save. Title. Live 2D. New folder. BLT2. Save. Alright. Let's set you up in the program, shall we? BLT. Streaming assets, live 2D models. BLT2. I have to refresh this again. Where is it? Okay. And now you'll be called BLT2. 2. Let's see, brow height, brow form left, smile, face left, right. This would be the mouse. Oh, cancel. Mouse. There we go. Mouse position Y. There we go. And then face lean, mouth open. VTS Pog voice volume 2. I think. VTS Pog. Okay. I open left auto blinking. Okay, and I think that's all good. Set on next set, and then we create. We sit. Save. Create new expression. Hat. Save. Hat. Hat. And then what button did we make? I wrote it down. Left control plus. Left control plus. Oh, minus? Okay. Actually, no, I'm doing this wrong. Delete. Yeah. Texture. Edit texture atlas. Add texture. Okay. Okay. And then this one. And then okay. File. Ooh. Mesh parameter. Go up. There we go. Make it a little bit bigger. And save. Okay. Save. Place. And then I have to reload this guy. Guilty 2. Alright. So what? So if I replaced this one, 2D models, BL, nope. This one, replace. Okay, 0. It's not bad. And then we just need to make this sit. Nine. How would I get? How would we get BLT to do the thing that I wanted to do? Oh, I would have to do it like this, I think. So if I took a screenshot of this. Open. VTubing assets, my assets, BLT hats. I think that's about right. So now if we brought this down, we took like chowder hat, for example. Export. BLT2. Yes. Cancel. BLT2. Which, speaking of BLT2, oops. Actually, do I have? Export. Stream. Save. Save. Close. Did I reload you? Yeah. It's a little off though. So why is it a little off? I think it's because the live 2D file, it's this one. Art mesh. Convert to original. Okay, maybe that'll fix it. So for this block. What's this guy? This one. Delete. Won't work here. Document, export. Streaming assets, live 2D models. Okay, now we reload you again. BLT2. Why is it? It's higher now. Oh, because yep. Okay, and then I do. I don't work here. work it the way I should. Okay, and then I'm presuming, yeah, I didn't export this at 100%. Save. Export. Again. Let me delete this guy. Okay. Save. Place. Oh, wrong one. Actually, I do want to check something with you, though. Oh, shit! Your tail wag doesn't do a thing yet. Wait, yes, it does. Okay. I think it does. I don't know what it goes with, though. What does your tail do? Oh, it's just with your breathing. Okay, cool. I don't work here, but if I do... There we go. You shouldn't move, though. Cancel. Okay. Open. Stream. Export. Stream. Peak BLT2. BLTV1. BLTV2. There we go. And now low current models ITD. Okay. I can load me again. Hair, pigtails, regular. All right, BLT. So lock me for a second. Oh, I'm gonna have to give you a new iPad, huh? Fuck! Fuck! Fuck, BLT! Fuck, man! Cause now it doesn't look like you're looking at it. Oh, God! Come back. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to kidnap you with my tail. I'm sorry. Oh, wrong one. Alright, you're gonna be like here, okay? Be like here. Alright, and then... Create new item scene. BLT. V2 save. At least you're kind of cute. You know? New skin for me.
New skin for me.
Yep. Alright, now if I... There you go. You're like scooted up a little bit though. Oh, it's because you're not sitting. Fuck. I should have you sitting by default, actually. Parameters. Oh wait, no. Wait, what the fuck? No? Oh, default is 1. Save. Oh, yes. So export mock. BLT, BLT2. Save. Close. Place. Items. Live2D. And then save, close. And then there you go. Now you're sitting in the right position, buddy. Maybe I should make you smaller. You want to be smaller, man? I made you smaller. You're a little guy. Hmm? Okay. BLT. Save. And then I'm just gonna edit the hotkey really quick for you. So that way you are good to go. Alright, buddy. New skin for you. Do you like it? I hope you like your new skin. You can look around a bit more. You can look down. You can look up. You know, you could even stand if you want to, but you're probably not going to. To be fair. But yeah, look at you. Alright. Mama's gonna get back to video editing now. Yeah. Okay. Timeline, create subtitles. 1, create. Who's all streaming right now? Oh, Last Cassidy streaming. So Cassidy and I'm gonna do Monet. Leah Maria VT. There you go. There you go. Oh, I did it wrong, didn't I? Leah. Oh shit. That's one. So. And then. Where? Oh, it's TV, not VTTV. There you go. There you go. Alright. Alright. Oh man. In that shower. Get in that shower. You. Oops. So. Oops. Soap does nothing. Don't know. You you don't add the
Mother, my ears are broken.
water.
I've been trying to fly like that elephant, but it's not working.
Oh baby, just keep trying. I believe in you. I think you have to keep trying, and then like, you know, you'll work up the muscle. There we go. You work up the muscle, and then you'll do it like Dumbo, you know? You add the water first. Okay, wait. Get in the shower and then you shower. Oh, it should be scooted here. Fuck. I'm gonna scoot this one. This one's fine to scoot. A video showing off. I should. Yeah, I should. I never really thought about it because he's just. Because I'm always thinking about BLT and how to make him like cooler, I guess. Like have him have more abilities and stuff. Never really thought about it. This is where we do the sound effect. We're wrong. Where is it? Where is it? I might keep it like this for now. Just see how I feel about it. Some random audio. Yeah. I think you should come up with a few fun ideas just based on some random. That's valid. I think one really funny one is there's this audio on TikTok that's like, Mama told me not to. I did it anyway. Misbehaving. And I think it'd be really funny if I just like made him do funny things that like I don't know that you guys have done. Like when we did the Arby's RP stream, we could be like we could do things like around that. You guys getting me in trouble. Okay. And I have to add the Twitch. And then I will delete empty tracks. I need to scoot this up. This one to here. I've also learned that these things can be bigger. I feel like I made them a bit small.
I love misbehaving. There are literally no consequences to any of my actions.
Do you want to go back in the bathtub? You know, I was memeing last night that I would show your prune butt to the world. Do you want me to show your prune butt to the world? I'll make you a prune. I'm not afraid to show them your pruny ass. I think I'm in the wrong spot as well. Just putting that out there. Regular. There we go. Alright. Scripts, comp, snap captions. Text color. Nope. Text place. Huh? Don't huh me. You were in the bathtub all day yesterday. What did you expect? I gotta play crossword. You want a laugh track redeem? I could do that. We have an applause one. I could replace one of the channel. Kiwi, did you see the new channel points we added? Did you see that? You didn't talk about it, so I'm guessing maybe you haven't. Rhetorical. this one. We'll change this one. Hold on. Sound alerts. Oh, damn! Okay. I have a thing for this. All right. You need the Kiwi redeem. You need the key. Yeah, I specifically made it because I thought you might like it. All right. All right. I'm gonna put on some softer music, and I'm just gonna read the latest one that's on here. So I think that's how we're gonna do it. Just so, cause like, then we can have good stories, bad stories. Doesn't matter what stories, you know. Okay, so let me put on some other music really quick. Okay. I know nobody's going to believe what I'm about to write. Honestly, if I wasn't the one living it, I wouldn't believe it either. Exactly 1 month ago, my husband Michael went missing. We're having problems, and not the kind you fix with a couple's retreat or a box of chocolates. I cheated on him. With my best friend Sarah. It was one time, a drunken mistake, but somehow he found out. He didn't yell, didn't throw anything. He just looked at me and, like I was a stranger, turned around and walked out. Never be able to save enough channel footage because I keep having too much fun. That's okay. I mean, I could lower it. If you think it's too, I could lower it. That was 2 weeks ago. He never came back. At first, I thought he just needed space. Couldn't blame him. I called and texted, but he never responded. 2 days passed, still nothing. I reached out to his parents. They hadn't heard from him either, which wasn't like Michael at all. That's when I knew something was seriously wrong. His mom, Pamela, and I filed a missing persons report together. She told the cops he mentioned going camping the night he left. Said he needed to clear his head. He always went to the same spot, Carver Woods, out by No Man's Ridge. Nose. The police searched the area for 2 days straight. They found his truck, his tent, his cooler, still packed with beer and snacks. His sleeping bag was laid out neatly inside the tent, but about 20 feet away was a huge bloodstain in the dirt. I think it's a good price because it kind of derails whatever we're doing. Okay, good. Okay, that's what I thought too. We were devastated. We imagined the worst. Maybe a psycho had come across him or an animal attack. Hell, maybe he'd taken his own life and wildlife got his body after the fact. All I knew was that he wasn't coming home. Until 3 nights ago. I opened my front door, getting ready to leave for work, and there he was, just standing there, on the porch, smiling at me. Not just any smile, a full-faced, eerie grin. He was practically naked, wearing only a torn pair of boxers. I froze. My heart slammed against my sternum so hard I nearly dropped my keys. I should have ran. Instead, I cried. I threw my arms around him, relief mixed with confusion. I brought him inside and called off work, told them my husband had come home, but deep down, I wasn't sure that was true. He didn't remember where our bedroom was, didn't remember where his clothes were. He didn't even know my name. I checked him for injuries, for head trauma, anything that might explain the memory loss, but there was no bruises, no cuts, no bloods, nothing. He sat at the table while I made him food, just pushing it around with his fork. That smile never left his face. It didn't shift, didn't blink. I asked what happened out in the woods. It was a nice camping trip, he said. Or you wouldn't understand. I wanted to ask more, press him, but I couldn't. Because if I'm being totally honest, I was scared, terrified. Something about him felt off. And I don't just mean emotionally shut down or traumatized. I mean wrong. I called over Pamela. She was overjoyed, hugged him and cried and refused to acknowledge that anything was strange. When I pulled her aside, told her to really look at him, she snapped at me. Said I was being insensitive, that Michael had clearly gone through something traumatic and this was his way of coping. That it wasn't up to us how to decide how he heals. Maybe she was right. Maybe I was selfish. So that night, when he asked to sleep in the guest room, I didn't argue. I gave him space, but that's when shit got really weird. Around 3 a.m., I heard noises coming from the guest room. No footsteps or murmuring, no sound. No, it sounded wet. Like someone squishing raw hamburger meat through their fingers. Thick, sloshing, messing sounds, then ripping, tearing. And then a voice. It wasn't Michael's. It was deep. Guttural, inhuman. I ran. I bolted down the hall so fast I nearly face-planted, slammed the bedroom door, jumped into bed, and yanked the covers over my head like a terrified kid. I stayed like that until daylight. Too scared to sleep, too scared to even blink. The next morning he looked different. The smile had shifted. It drooped a little. There were dark bags under his eyes. I asked if he was hungry. He just stared into the distance and said no, still smiling. I slowly backed out of the room and barricaded myself in mine. This morning while he was eating breakfast, I snuck a camera into the guest room. It's 12:30 p.m. now, which means I've got 9 hours until bedtime. 9 hours until I find out once and for all what's really sleeping in my guest room. Because I don't care what Pamela says. I know without a doubt that thing isn't my husband. Not bad. It's got it's good, show and not tell kind of situation. So that one's cool. I like it. Oh, I'm not logged in. Is this my normal account? This is the wrong account, isn't it? It is. This is when I thought I was gonna do other stuff with my account. How do I? Hold on. Log out. There we go. Mostly Reddit. Is that Elaine's Gooner account? It was an account that I made when I thought that I might do NSFW audio readings. I don't think so. But yeah, no, it's I wanted to do like like audio stuff. Nothing like super NSFW, just like girlfriend roleplay audios. Oh shit. ASM maincoow, yes. Yep. Wait, I kind of want to read this one. Oh shit, this one's long. Man, fuck this guy. If he wanted to do any good for anyone, he'd tell you where this happened. I don't smoke anymore. I'm so happy to say finally someone not dumb. Well, here's to Yoxasauce is getting some sloppy nowadays. What the fuck? Wait, I kind of want to read the story. The story just popped off. Wait. The story was posted 5 days ago and already has 2.7k likes. Or upvotes. I think we should read it. We're gonna take a quick break and we're gonna read this too. I'm a long-haul trucker. I stopped for a lost kid on a deserted highway in the dead of night. What I saw attached to him and the question he asked is why I don't drive anymore. I like it. I got a personal attachment to it because my dad is a truck driver. He's not I don't think he's a long-haul truck driver technically. I don't think so. Okay. All right. Are you ready, chap? I'll even get close to the mic. Do you want my fancy mic? Here, we'll do a whole thing because this is not a short story. Well, it is a short story, but it's not exactly a short story. All right, hold on. Pen arm. Okay. Hold on. I'll get my fancy mic out. Prop. Lane mic. That's not gonna load. Okay. I got a special mic that I never use. Oh, I pinned it to the model. Nope. It actually reacts to my voice. Okay. Don't pin it to the model. Okay, there you go. See? Like when it's not doing it. Why is it not doing it? Hold on. Let me go fix the mic and then I'll load it. Mic. Nope, it's not doing it. Okay. It's probably because there's something in here. Voice volume, voice activity, voice. Hi, Nox. Blah, blah, beep, blah, blah. Why is it not doing it? Oh, it's because, no, I know why. No, we're fine. Go back to me. Which I have to fix my model again. How's the work going, buddy? Good. We're actually taking a break. We're getting great production value. Yeah, you are. Eyeglasses. Regular hair. Why is it not giving me my pigtails? What's happening? Did I load the wrong model? I think I broke something. Chad, I broke something. Chad, I broke it. I broke my VTube Studio. I have to relaunch it, I think. We're taking a little breaky to read the story because it sounds like it could be a good one. Sounds like it could be a good one. I want to read it, but VTube Studio won't work. Oh, there we go. Don't mind my stupid eyes. Alright. Pigtails. Regular, this one. There we go. Alrighty. And then the mic, right? The mic. Microphone select. Okay. I'm just gonna put it up here. Okay. Ah! Sorry, that was really bad for my voice. Did you know that you can drink gummy bears to make your throat better, especially if you're a singer or a voice actor? I learned about that recently. This was really big. Okay. It's because VTube Studio is not accepting my microphone, which is the problem. Movement config, no. So this thing. Microphone, use microphone stats, this one. There we go. And now it should be working? Yeah, you see how it like moves with my voice? Hell yeah, okay. Okay, I'm just saying, we gotta get in on this. Because like, what if Creepcast does it? And then I'd be so excited that I read something that Creepcast read. Before Creepcast read it, you know? Okay, alright. Let me drink some water. And then we'll read the story. I'll also change the music, because this is not very... How about this one? Sure. Okay. Alright, I hope you guys are ready. This happened a few years back. I was doing a long haul, mostly cross-country routes. The kind that you take through vast stretches of nothing. You know, the ones where the radio turns to static for hours and the only sign of life is the occasional pair of headlights going the other way, miles apart. I was young, eager for the miles, the money, didn't mind the solitude, or so I thought. The route I was on took me across a long, desolate stretch of highway that ran between the borders of two large governmental territories. I don't want to say exactly where, but think big, empty spaces, lots of trees, not much else. I was notorious among drivers for being a dead zone, no signal, no towns, for 100 miles either side, and prone to weird weather. Most guys try to hit it during daylight, but schedules are schedules. Mine had me crossing it deep in the night. I remember the feeling, utter blackness outside of the sweep of my headlights, the kind of dark that feels like it's pressing on the cab. Ugh. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm bad at reading. I need to zoom in harder because I'm bad. Okay. The kind of dark that feels like it's pressing in on the cab. The only sounds were the drone of the diesel engine, the hiss of the air brakes now and then, and the rhythmic thrum of the... I can't read. I'm bad at reading. If you can't tell, I'm bad at reading. Also... Sorry, something with my model. Yeah, my model's being weird. Okay, anywho. I remember the feeling, utter blackness outside of the sweep of my headlights. The kind of dark that feels like it's pressing in on the cab. The only sounds were the drone of the diesel engines, the hiss of the air brakes now and then, and the rhythmic thrum of the tires on asphalt. Hypnotic. Too hypnotic. Oh! I know what's happening. Oh shit, my model does that now? Oh, I didn't know that. Hold on. So my model has this thing that when I talk, I bounce a little bit. And I did not realize that. Alright. I think this was good. Alright. I've been driving for about 10 hours, with a short break a few states back. Coffee was wearing off, the dashboard lights were a dull green glow, comforting in a way, but also making the darkness outside seem even more absolute. My eyelids felt like they had lead weights attached. You fight it, you know? Slap your face, roll down the window for a blast of cold air, crank up whatever music you can find that hasn't dissolved into static. I was doing all that. It must have been around 2 or 3 a.m. I was in that weird state where you're not quite asleep, but you're not fully awake either. Like your brain is running on low power mode. The white lines on the road were starting to blur together, stretching and warping. Standard fatigue stuff. I remembered blinking hard, trying to refocus. Then I saw it, or thought I saw it. Just a flicker at the edge of my headlights on the right shoulder of the road. Small, low to the ground. For a split second, I registered a shape, vaguely human-like, and then it was gone, swallowed by the darkness as I passed. My first thought, deer, or coyote, common enough, but it hadn't moved like an animal. It had been upright. My brain, sluggish as it was, tried to process it. Too small for an adult, too still for an animal startled by a rig. Then the logical part, the part that was still trying to keep me safe on the road, chimed in. You're tired. Seeing things happens. And I almost accepted that. I really did. Shook my head, took a swig of lukewarm water from a bottle beside me, kept my eyes glued to the road ahead. The image, though, it kind of stuck. A small, upright shape like a child. No way, I told myself. Out here, middle of nowhere, middle of the night, impossible. Kids just don't wander around on interterritorial highways at 3 a.m. It had to be a trick of the light. A bush, my eyes playing games. I've seen weirder things born of exhaustion. Shadows that dance, trees that look like figures. It's part of my job when you're pushing the limits. I drove on for maybe an hour, another 30 seconds, the image fading, my rational mind starting to win. Just a figment. Then I glanced at my passenger side mirror. Habit, always checking. And my blood went cold. Not just cold, it felt like it turned to slush. There, illuminated faintly by the red glow of my trailer lights receding into the distance, was the reflection of a small figure. Standing. On the shoulder of the road, exactly where I thought I'd seen something. It wasn't a bush. It wasn't a shadow. It was small, and it was definitely standing there unmoving as my truck pulled further and further away. My heart started hammering against my ribs. This wasn't fatigue. This was real. There was something back there, and it looked tiny. Every instinct screamed at me. Danger, wrong, keep going. But another voice, the one that makes us human, I suppose whispered something else. A kid? Alone out there? What if they're hurt? Lost? I thought with myself for a few seconds that stretched into an eternity. The image in the mirror was getting smaller, fainter. If I didn't act now, they'd be lost in the darkness again. God, the thought of leaving a child out there, if that's what it was. Against my better judgment, against the primal urge to just floor it, I made a decision. I slowed the rig, the air brakes hissing like angry snakes, pulled over to the shoulder, the truck groaning in protest, put on my hazards, their rhythmic flashing cutting into the oppressive blackness. Then I did what you're never supposed to do with a full trailer on a narrow shoulder. I started to reverse. Slowly, carefully, my eyes flicking between the mirrors, trying to keep the trailer straight, trying to relocate that tiny figure. The crunch of gravel under the tires sounded unnaturally loud. It took a minute, maybe two, but it felt like an hour. The red glow of my taillights eventually washed over the spot again, and there it was, a kid. I stopped the truck so my cab was roughly alongside them, maybe 10 feet away. Switched on the high beams hoping to get a better look, and also to make myself clearly visible as a truck, not something else. The kid was small. Really small. I guess maybe 6, 7 years old. Hard to tell in the glare. They were just standing there, on the very edge of the gravel shoulder, right there where the trees began. The woods pressed in close on this stretch of the road, tall dark pines and dense undergrowth that looked like a solid black wall just beyond the reach of my lights. The kid wasn't looking at me. They were facing sort of parallel to the road, just walking. Slowly, like they were on a stroll, completely oblivious to the massive 18-wheeler that had just pulled up beside them, engine rumbling, lights blazing. They were wearing what looked like to be pajamas. Thin, light-colored pajamas. In the chill of night, no coat, no shoes that I could see. My mind reeled. This was wrong. So many levels of wrong. I killed the engine. The sudden silence was almost deafening, amplifying the crickets, the rustle of leaves in the woods, from a breeze I couldn't feel in the cab. My heart was still thumping, a weird mix of fear and adrenaline and a dawning sense of responsibility. I rolled down the window. The night air hit me, cold and damp, carrying the scent of pine and wet earth. "Hey," I called out. My voice sounded hoarse, too loud in the quiet. "Hey, kid!" No response. They just kept walking, one small, bare foot in front of the other, at a pace that was taking them absolutely nowhere fast. Their head was down slightly. I couldn't see their face properly. "Kid, are you okay?" I tried again, louder this time. Slowly, so slowly, the kid stopped. They didn't turn their head fully, just sort of angled it a fraction, enough that I could see a pale sliver of cheek in the spill of the headlights. Still not looking at me, still ignoring the multi-ton machine idling beside them. A prickle of unease ran down my spine. Not the normal kind of unease. This was a deeper, colder. Animals act weird sometimes, but kids? A lost kid should be scared, relieved, something. This was This one was nothing. "What are you doing out here all alone?" I asked, trying to keep my voice calm and friendly, like you're supposed to do with a scared kid, even though this one didn't seem at all scared. "It's the middle of the night." Silence, just as the sound of their bare feet scuffling softly on the gravel as they took another step, then another, as if my presence was a minor inconvenience, a background noise they were choosing to ignore. This wasn't right. My internal alarm bells were clanging louder. My hand hovered over the gear stick. Part of me wanted to slam it into drive and get the hell out of there. But the image of this tiny child alone, possibly in shock, I couldn't just leave, could I? "Where are your parents?" I pushed my voice a bit sharper than I intended. "Are you lost?" Finally, kids stopped walking completely. They turned their head just a little more, still not looking directly at my cab, more towards the front of my truck, into the glare of the headlights. I could see their face a bit better now, pale, featureless in the harsh light, like a porcelain doll. Small, dark smudges that might have been their eyes, no expression, none. Not fear, not sadness, not relief, just blank and unreadable slate. Then a voice, small, thin, like the rustle of dry leaves. "Lost?" Just that one word, it hung in the air between us. Relief washed over me quickly, followed by a fresh wave of concern. "Okay, lost. That's something I can deal with. Okay, kid. Lost is okay. We can fix lost. Where do you live? Where are you going?" The kid finally slowly turned their head towards my cab, towards me. I still couldn't make out much detail in their face. The angle, the light, something was obscuring it, keeping it in some sort of shadowy vagueness despite the headlights. But I could feel their gaze. It wasn't like a normal kid's look. There was a weight to it, an intensity that was deeply unsettling from such a small form. "Home," said the kid, that same thin, reedy voice. "Trying to get home." "Right, home. Where is home?" I asked, leaning forward a bit, trying to project reassurance. "Is it near here? Do you wander off a campsite, a car?" There were no campsite for miles, no broken down cars on the shoulder, I knew that. The kid didn't answer that question directly. Instead, they took a small step towards the truck, then another. My hand tensed on the door handle, ready to open it, to offer, what, a ride? Shelter? I didn't know. "It's cold out here," I said, stating the obvious. "You should get in. We can get you warm, and I can call for help when we get a spot with signal." My CB was useless, just static. My phone had showed no service for the last hour. The kid had stopped about 5 feet from my passenger door, still in that pale, thin pajama-like outfit, barefoot in the sharp gravel. They should be shivering, crying. They were doing neither. "Can you help me?" the kid asked. The voice was still small, but there was a different inflection to it now. Less flat, a hint of something else. Pleading, maybe? "Yeah, of course I can help you," I said. "That's why I stopped. Where are your parents? How did you get here?" The kid tilted their head, a jerky, unnatural little movement. "They're waiting. At home." "Okay, and where's home? Which direction?" I gestured vaguely up and down the empty highway. The kid didn't point to the road. They made a small, subtle gesture with their hand, a little nod towards the trees, toward the impenetrable darkness of the woods lining the highway. "In there," the kid said. My stomach clenched. "In the woods? Your home is in the woods." "Lost," the kid repeated as if that explained everything. "Trying to find the path. It's dark." "Yeah, it's very dark," I agreed, my eyes scanning the tree line. It looked like a solid wall of black, no sign of path, any habitation, just dense old-growth forest. The kind of place you could get lost in for days, even in daylight. "Can you come out?" the kid asked. "Help me look? It's not far. I can't see it from here." Every rational thought in my head screamed, "No! Get out of the truck, in the middle of nowhere, in the pitch dark with this strange child? Who would want me to go into the woods? No, absolutely not." But the kid just looked so small, so vulnerable. If there was even a tiny chance that they were telling the truth, that their house was just a little way in and they were genuinely lost, I don't think that's a good idea, buddy," I said, trying to sound gentle. "It's dangerous in there at night. For both of us. Best thing is for you to hop in here with me. We'll drive until we get a signal, and then we'll call the police or the rangers, and they can help you find your home properly." The kid stood there, that blank, unreadable face fixed on me. "But it's right there." They insisted, their voice a little more insistent now. "Just a little way. I can almost see it. If you just step out, the light from your door would help." My skin was crawling. There was something profoundly wrong with the scenario. The way they were trying to coax me out. The lack of normal emotional response. The pajamas, the bare feet, the woods. I looked closer at the kid, trying to pierce that strange vagueness around their features. My headlights were bright. but it was like they absorbed the light rather than reflected it. Their eyes. I still couldn't really see their eyes, just dark hollows. I really think you should get in the truck, I said, my voice now firmer. It's warmer in here. We can figure it out together. The kid took another step closer. They were almost at my running board now. Please? They said, that reedy voice again. My legs hurt. I can't walk much further. If you could just help me a little, just to the path. My internal conflict was raging. My trucker instincts, honed by the years of seeing weird stuff and hearing weirder stories at truck stops, were blaring warnings. But the human part, that part that saw a child in distress, was still there, still arguing. I was tired. So damn tired. Maybe I wasn't thinking straight. Maybe this was all some bizarre misunderstanding. I squinted, trying to see past the kid, towards the tree line they indicated. Was there a faint trail I was missing? A flicker of light deep in the woods? No, nothing, just blackness. Solid, unyielding blackness. And then I saw it. It was something And then I saw it. It wasn't something I saw clearly at first. It was more like an anomaly. A disturbance in the darkness behind the kid. This kid was standing with their back mostly to the woods, facing my truck. Behind them, the darkness of the forest was absolute. Or it should have been. But there was something connected to them. Something that stretched from the small of their back, from under their thin pajama top, and disappeared into the deeper shadow of the trees. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light. A weird shadow cast by my headlights hitting them at an odd angle. Maybe a rope they were dragging. A piece of clothing snagged on a branch. I leaned forward, trying to get a clear view. This kid was still talking. Their voice, a low, persistent murmur. It's not far. Please, just help me. I'm so cold. But I wasn't really listening to the words anymore. I was focused on that thing behind them. It wasn't a rope. It wasn't a shadow. It was a tube. A long, dark, thick tube. It seemed to emerge directly from the kid's lower back, impossibly seamlessly. It was dark matte, like a strip of night itself, a given form, and it snaked away from the child maybe 10, 15 feet before disappearing into the inky blackness between the two thick pine trunks. It wasn't rigid. It seemed to have a slight, almost imperceptible flexibility, like a massive, sluggish umbilical cord made of shadow. It didn't reflect any light from my headlamps. It just absorbed it. My breath hitched in my throat. My blood, which had been cold before, now felt like it had frozen solid. This wasn't just wrong. This was impossible, unnatural. The kid was still trying to coax me. Are you going to help me? It's just there. You're so close. My voice, when I finally found it, was barely a whisper. I couldn't take my eyes off of that appendage. Kid? What is that behind you? Kid flinched. Not a big movement, just a tiny, almost imperceptible tightening of their small frame. Their head, which had been tilted pleadingly, straightened. The blackness of their face seemed to solidify. The blankness. What was that? They asked, their voice suddenly devoid of a pleasing tone. It was flat again, colder. That thing, I stammered, pointing with a shaking finger. Coming out of your back, going into the woods, what is that? The kid did not turn to look. They didn't need to. Their gaze, those dark, unseen eyes, bored into me. It's nothing, they said, the voice still small, but it had a new edge to it, a hardness. You're seeing things. You're tired. They were using my own earlier realizations against me. No, I said, my voice gaining a tremor of conviction born of sheer terror. No, I'm not. I see it. It's right there. It's connected to you. The kid was silent for a long moment. The only sound was the thumping of my own heart. So loud I was sure they could hear it. The crickets had stopped. The wind seemed to die down. An unnatural stillness fell over the scene. Then the kid's face began to change. It wasn't dramatic, movie monster transformation. It was far more subtle, far more terrifying. The blankness didn't leave, but it sharpened. The pale skin seemed to tighten over the bones. The areas where the eyes were, those dark smudges, seemed to deepen, to become more shadowed, more intense, and a flicker of something ancient and utterly alien passed across their features. It wasn't human anger. It was something older, colder, and infinitely more patient, now strained to its limits. The air in my cab suddenly felt thick, heavy, and hard to breathe. Just come out of the truck, the kid said, and the voice, oh God, the voice, it wasn't small, reedy voice of a child anymore. It was deeper, resonant with a strange grating undertone like stones grinding together. It was coming from that small frame, but it was impossibly large, impossibly old. It vibrated in my chest. Come out now. The command was absolute. My hand, which had been hovering near the gear stick, now gripped it like a lifeline. My other hand fumbled for the ignition key, which I'd stupidly left in. What are you? I choked out, staring at the monstrous thing playing dress up in a child's form at the dark, pulsating tube that was its anchor to the shadows. The kid's head tilted again, that jerky, unnatural movement. The expression on its face, if you could call it that, was one of pure, unadulterated annoyance. Contempt. Like I was a particularly stupid insect it had failed to swat. And then it spoke, in that same terrible, resonant, grinding voice. The words it said are burned in my memory, colder than any winter night. Why? It rasped, the sound seeming to scrape the inside of my skull. The fuck are humans smarter now? That was it. That one sentence, that sheer cosmic frustration in it, the implication of past encounters of easier prey, the utter alien nature of it. I didn't think, I didn't plan, I reacted. Primal fear, the kind that bypasses all higher brain function, took over. My hand twisted the key, the diesel engine roared back to life, a sudden violent explosion of sound and the horrifying stillness. The kid, the thing, actually recoiled. A small, jerky step back, the expression, that awful, titan ancient look intensified. I slammed the gear stick into drive, my foot stomped on the accelerator. The truck lurched forward, tires spinning on the gravel for a terrifying second before they bit into the asphalt. I didn't look at it, I couldn't. I stared straight ahead, my knuckles white on the steering wheel, the whole cab vibrating around me. The truck surged forward, gaining speed with agonizing slowness. For a horrible moment, I imagined that tube thing whipping out, trying to snag the trailer, trying to pull me back, to drag me into those woods. I imagined that small figure with its ancient terrible voice somehow keeping pace. I risked a glance in my driver's side mirror. It was standing there, on the shoulder, unmoving. The headlights of my departing truck cast its small silhouette into a sharp relief. And behind it, the dark tube was still visible, a thick, obscene cord snaking back into the endless night of the forest. It didn't seem to be retracting or moving. It just was. The thing didn't pursue, it just stood and watched me go, and that, somehow, was almost worse. The sheer confidence, the patience, like it knew there would be others, or maybe it was just annoyed that this particular attempt had failed. I drove. I don't know for how long. I just drove. My foot was welded to the floor. The engine screamed. I watched the speedometer needle climb far past any legal or safe limit for a rig that size on a road that dark. I didn't care. The image of that thing, that child shape with its dark umbilical cord to the woods, and that voice, that awful grinding voice, asking its horrifying question, was burned onto the inside of my eyelids. I must have driven for an hour, maybe more, at speeds that should have gotten me killed or arrested before the adrenaline started to fade, replaced by a bone-deep, shaking exhaustion that was more profound than any fatigue I'd ever known. My hands were trembling so violently I could barely keep the wheel straight. Tears were streaming down my face, not from the sadness, but from the sheer, unadulterated terror and relief. When the first hint of dawn started to gray the eastern sky and my phone finally beeped, it indicated a single bar of service. I pulled over at the first wide spot I could find. I practically fell out of the cab, vomiting onto the gravel until there was nothing left but dry heaves. I sat there on the cold ground, shaking for a long time, watching the sun come up, trying to convince myself that it had been a dream, a hallucination brought on by exhaustion. But I knew it wasn't. The detail of that tube, the voice, the question, you don't hallucinate something that specific, that coherent, that utterly alien. I never reported it. Who would I report it to? What would I say? Officer, I saw a little kid who was actually an ancient cosmic horror tethered to the woods by a nightmare umbilical cord, and it got mad because I didn't want to be its dinner? They'd lock me up, breathalyzed me, drug tested me, sent me to a psych eval. I finished that run on autopilot, dropped the load, drove my rig back to the yard, and I quit. I told them I was burned out, needed a break. They tried to convince me to stay, offered me different routes, more pay. I just couldn't. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that kid, that tube, those woods. Every dark road felt like a trap. I found a local job, something that keeps me home at night. I won't drive in remote areas anymore if I can help it. There is a car revving, and it's a big truck, and it's revving out my window. It scared the shit out of me. Especially not at night. I still have nightmares. Sometimes when I'm tired, driving home late from somewhere, I'll see a flicker of the edge of my vision on the side of the road, and my heart will try to beat its way out of my chest. I don't know what that thing was, an alien, a demon, something else, something that doesn't fit into our neat little categories. All I know is that it's out there, and it's patient, and it seems to have learned that its old tricks aren't as effective as they used to be. Why the fuck are humans smarter now? That question haunts me. It implies they weren't always. It implies that once upon a time we were easier. That maybe, just maybe, people like me, tired and alone on the dark roads, used to just step out of cabs when asked, and we were never seen again. So if you're ever driving on one of those long, lonely stretches of road, deep in the night, and you see something you can't explain, maybe just keep driving. Maybe being smarter now means knowing when not to stop. Knowing when to ignore that little voice telling you to help, because that's what's asking for help. Because what's asking for help might not be what it seems. Stay safe out there, and for God's sake, stay on a well-lit road. Yippee! Yippee! That was a pretty good story, actually. I quite liked that. It was a lot of just, like, subtleties, and I liked it a lot, and I liked how, like, they pulled towards humanity by having it be a child, and, like, they were like, oh, but my humanity wants me to go save that kid, you know? I like that a lot. Lane's creepy kid voice was so effective, it spooked her. It's just, I got into the story, and then a fucking truck revved outside, and I was like, oh, I'm dead. That's it. No, I really like that story. I hope you guys liked it too. I am definitely reading more stories. The story time redeem is definitely not just a redeem, so that way I can read more stories that I like. This is actually really good. I actually really like this one. That was really good. I found a home in that one. I like it a lot. I realize now that I have my voice doing the voice thing. I think I might have to modify my microphone. Lip sync type. I don't know. Maybe I just gotta turn this down. Maybe I just gotta turn it down. If I turn it down, it does nothing. Oh, at the 10. Hello. Hello. Doesn't really do anything. Is it the frequency gain? Ba 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 ba. Okay, maybe it's not that. Set it to 20. Ba 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 ba. No. Ba 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 ba. Da bu do ba da. Okay, so I don't want it to be too much, because if I start talking really loudly, I don't want it to freak out. Okay, maybe it's not that. Is it this? Is it the frequency gain? Ba 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 ba. I can't tell. Okay, we're gonna set these both to 30. And just hope it works okay. Because when I talk, I'm supposed to bounce a little bit more now. But I can't really tell if that's working correctly. I don't know. I think so. We're gonna have to find out later. More stories. More story time. Save up your points so we can have more story time. Select. Save. And then if I go to prop and then mic. No. Why is it not working? That was pretty cool though. I hope you guys liked it. Ah, my nose. I hope me putting on some actually spooky music helped as well. Do I not have a microphone thing? Oh, I might not. That's fine. As long as I have it in the system, it'll be fine. Toggle item scene. Microphone. The button is still broken. The button is still broken. Bumbleclat. Alright, what are we doing? Go back to here. Go. Such a whiplash. A little bit of a whiplash there, huh? I'm like confused by my own programs. What's happening? Oh, I'm doing this. Beep, beep, beep. I feel it in my fingers. I feel it in my toes. Cause me and the hummus. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop, boop. Hell yeah. Alright, I'm gonna go take a quick bathroom break. I gotta have a laugh track, don't we? I'll do that in a little bit. Alright, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go bathroom. Have everybody take a go bathroom break after story time. Yippee! Didn't go away, fuck. Alright, I'm back. I'm back. If any of you are watching, please tell me if my model looks okay. Cause like, I added the mic thing, and my thing didn't turn off. What the fuck? Yeah, there we go. Hey, I don't know if like the head bobbing thing is cute or not, or if I fucked it up. It is cute. I don't know why I said that, but like it is cute. I just don't know if I'm overdoing it, if it's like too sensitive or something. So I think it is a little bit. Fix it. Let me fix it. You want like 25. There we go. Ba ba bee ba ba. Ba ba bee ba 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 ba. It does seem a bit much. Do you think this is better? I think this is better. It's more subtle. But you can, it does bop. Pop. Pop. I'm like confused why it says I have two things open, but it's fine. It was almost vibrating before. Ba 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 ba. Alright. You selfish asshole. I like it subtle is better, but matches the Squisho vibes. Yeah! Yeah, because Squisho used to have this like after effect of like moving when I talked a bit. But BZ added it to this model. So I wanted to try it a bit more. position. Hopefully that worked. Yep. Okay. There you go. Sorry, I was breaking my computer. And my face tracking. Alright. Alright. Cool. Alright, let's do this because it's haunting me. Budget, I want my name in lights. Because even if your lips don't move a lot, then there's still a little bit of life in you. I mean, if I don't move, or I don't talk, I breathe. Okay, well, my cat just decided to get in front of my face tracking. But I do have a breathing animation. It's just subtle. Opposite ends of the earth. Poles. Auto check, yep. Moira. Get down from there. Get off of there. I don't trust you. I'm gonna poke you. I'm poking your butt. Poke. Get off. Get off. Thank you. Alright. Animal with white and black varieties. They're both really gray. Animal with white and black varieties, but they're both really gray. Plant deeply. Seed. What's coming to you? Karma. No vote. Yeah, but sometimes when you're like talking really quiet, like internal monologue, your lips don't move very much. But now there's like a little board where we're going, okay, that's good. Yeah, that's the point of it. Program for kids ages 3 to 5 informally. Pre-K. That's crazy though. Oh. Moira. Moira. Don't start whining at me, bro. Here, you want laser pointer? You want stimulation? Come on. Go get it. Oh my god, look at it. Go get it. Horse. Rhino. What are we rhinoing? We rhinoing something? What did Rhino do? What's happening? Should I be afraid? Oh, is that 6 across? Oh! Oh! I thought we were talking about Rhino. Alright. This is tilted too much now. Fuck. Alright. Sign after Virgo. Libra. Sworn enemy. Soda. Embed. Nay. What's the other one? Oh man, that's stupid. I hate those. I fucking hate those, dude. Alright. Gorilla! No. Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola? Oh. I'm upset there's no R, so I can't do gorilla. Or a D, so I can't do Godzilla. What the fuck? I don't like this one. I'm offended by it. I don't like it at all. Coca? You think Coca would work? Hold on. Coca. Oh, Cocoa. Okay, I guess I'm not as offended. I don't like this one. I know. I don't want to do it. I refuse. Nope. We're giving up on that one. Audio. Teach. That's mean. Mass. Okay. Aware. Nice. Double letters are mean though. Keep on keeping on. Reassure. Reassure. Keep on keeping on. Stay strong. Reassure. If. Reassure. I can't. I hate that I found this panagram first. Have a great summer. Aww. Diabetes. Like that, she find wonder she'll be mine. Walk past, I press rewind. Like until we die. Dude, I don't know. Abs. Spree. Pies. Hi, Chaotic. How are you? I'm good. How are you? Salt. Last. Endure. Survive. Oh my god. I'm good. Did you have work today? Did you have a good day at work? If so. Dude, I don't know. Last. Persevere. Presser. Persevere. That's a terrible word. The repet I did have work. It was stupid, but it's over, and I don't have to work with annoying people tomorrow. Lamau. I'm off early, so there's that. Yippee! Yippee! I'm glad you're off early. Only 3 days left. Only 3 days left of what? What? What the fuck other word means to, like, live? Best. Of work? Oh, that's true. Yep, until the weekend. Do you have any weekend fun plans? Any fun weekend plans? Last day is the 16th. Oh man, wait. Do you mean like respite? Do you mean like they were they official with the whole thing? How the fuck do you spell respite? Spite? Can you even do respite? I don't think you can do respite. Well, yeah, because they like... Bitch, I'll fuck them up. Or at least they gave me a good severance. Respite. I don't think we can do respite. No, the I is too far. Yeah. They at least gave you good severance. And are they extending your healthcare at least by a few months? It's poopy, but there's no drama, so I think I'm almost think I'm glad I'm yeah. I mean, also they don't respect you because like you've been working at there for how long, and they're like, oh, well, we're restructuring, so bye. Like, what the fuck kind of bullshit is that? You know, like they could at least recommend you to someone else who could hire you. You know, stupid. I keep seeing the word diabetes. Hold on. Rest. Yes. Bide. Wait. That's not how that works. It was only a month. I have benefits till the end of the month. But yeah, it's all stupid. I think I'm still in shock. Oh yeah. I mean, when I lost my job last year, it took me like 3 months to understand that I lost my job. And like, I'm still reeling over it personally. Be aid? I wish. Adiab? Abide? I don't know how to spell. Yeah, I've been there for 4 years. Yeah, it's stupid. Like that's a lot of time to work with a company. Like that's kind of how I felt when I lost my job. Like it's not nearly as long as yours. Like mine was only like 4 months or sorry, 2 years. I think mine was 2 years. But still, that's years of your life that you're giving to people, and I think it's stupid that they're not like that. Like that jobs don't, especially if you're there for a long time, at least for like, especially for like, at least for like 4 years, because 4 years is not short term. And so, oh, persist. Oh, I think jobs should like help you find another job. Like if you only work there for like a year, sure, whatever, you know, yearly jobs come and go. But I think if you're working there for 4 years, you're not planning to leave tomorrow, you know? That's how I feel at least. Bazaar, Supreme, Vacuum, Veggie, Hawaiian, Fair, Bathroom, Evergreen, Pipe, Infrared, Plain, Outlet, Marigold, Market, Dry, Quicksilver, and Outlet. I see one. I think it's this. Yeah. How did my caption suddenly turn on? I don't know. Um. Evergreen, Bathroom, Supreme, Hawaiian, Pipe. Plain, Hawaiian, Veggie, and Supreme. They're types of pizzas. Thank you, I agree. It was a manager position too. What? That's crazy. Oh my god. Can you do like a kill switch thing? Maybe don't, because the person that I learned this from is in jail. But there was this guy that worked for like the head of the IT department, worked there for years. And apparently what he did was he made it so that if he ever got fired or like removed from the company because he was so important, that a kill switch would happen. And essentially the company couldn't use their program, which was very important. If you want to learn more about it, watch Papa Meat's video on what is it? Leave. Oh, we're on the wrong account. Talk about jobs. I say good riddance. Good things will come your way if you keep yourself open to new opportunities. I just have to watch Grey Water. What was it? Was it? I don't think it was. I think it might have been the Stolen Valor one, but I could be wrong. One of these videos goes over this guy that, like, got fired, and then... No, I think it might be the Office Siren. I don't remember. But one of the videos talks about how this guy implanted, a kill switch if he got fired. But he's serving jail time, so maybe don't do that, but if you could. But I'm looking, and I'm hopeful that this is all for good. Like, not to be morbid, but it happened the day before my dad's brother's birthday, so IDK, it's... Yeah! If you want to see it that way, and if you're okay with seeing it that way, I want to cover the story. Do it! Do it! Oh my god, fucking do it. Fucking don't... For any... Okay, listen. For any cops out there, I didn't say anything. I am an anime girl on the internet. You know? But I say do it. I say do it. Do it. Just do it. Why not? Why not? You can't go to jail for that. I don't think. Can you? Can you go to jail for putting glitter bombs in your workplace after you're fired? Yeah, we're role-playing. We're role-playing, government. Okay, so it could. Okay. So like, maybe don't make them like glitter bombs, but like, maybe an envelope here or there. Maybe a desk drawer here or there, you know? They wouldn't know. Just saying. Alright. Years later, still finding glitter in random places. Yes! Or, if you're okay with spending a little bit of cash, totally cool if you're not, get, like, an Amazon amount, hold on, on Amazon, you can buy a fuck ton, I know, because I have them, of tiny ducks. And just place them all over the office. You can get, for $11, you can get 240 ducks. Or if you want to spend less, you can $10 for 10. These are glitter ducks, too. And you could just put them everywhere. I work retail. Perfect! Put ducks. Fresh ones so it won't rot until you're out of their mind. Oh, hard-boiled eggs would be good. That would be a good idea, too. Put a hard-boiled egg in the blind spot of a camera and put it in an air vent. And put the hard-boiled egg there. And then do it. Because they're not going to expect the air dogs first. They're going to think it's something else. So, in this roleplay scenario, in which someone would get fired, in this roleplay scenario, I would, in this roleplay scenario, suggest that you put boiled eggs in the air vent. Or fish. Or fish. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, it's not working because I fucking... Damn it. I was gonna make my horns big. Hold on. Also, what the fuck is happening? No, okay. I see what's happening. I have to refresh all these. Hold on. Man, to friends on their head. Oh, I have to make a thumbnail for tomorrow. Okay. Just saying. I'm Elastaman. Alright, what the fuck is this? Vacuum? Vacuum infrared pipe dry. I feel like these go together. The fitting room, there's no AC. Yes, do it! Because, like, who uses fitting rooms nowadays anyway? I'm saying. Do it. So this was one off. Pipe, infrared, marigold, evergreen, bathroom, vacuum. God damn it. Infrared, marigold, evergreen, quicksilver. Hey man, a dozen eggs is a dozen eggs. 1 egg per spot. Ending with, oh, okay. Infrared? Oh, red. Ah, bathroom cream, the dry cleaner. Oh, pipe cleaner. Oh, okay. Thanks, Kiwi. Thank you, Kiwi. Sorry, that was an annoying voice. That I just did was not it. Sorry, Kiwi. Thanks, Kiwi. There we go. I'm sorry. That was a really gross. That was gross. Things will probably cost a day's wage, though. Not unless you go to a local farm. Make a day of it. I wanted to finish to get in the shower TikTok. Alright. Alright. I just want to add a little camera shake to this guy. Camera shake. Oh, it's all wrong. It worth it. It is worth it. Oh, what the fuck? Plugins, so it's be. I think I should change the word color of this. Hypothetically, Elaine's FBI. Hypothetically. Nothing to. Wall stink. Oops. Hi, Garrett. How you doing? Apply. Okay, I need to change color, so it's like... Is that the one and only Lane? Is that the one and only Garrett? Hi. Hi. Did no one confirm for tomorrow? What the fuck is the view reactions button? View reactions. Okay, everyone just reacted. They didn't say anything. Let's just say I'm doing. Understandable. Well, hopefully you can be here and hang out and have a good time and not think about whatever horror and this things are happening around you. I shall return to the shadows and scribble delusions gifted to me by the old one. Sounds good. Love you, Kiwi. Soap. Nope, soap does nothing. Nothing. You all stink. Yellow. You don't add the water. Later. You add the water first. Oh, is there no exclamation point? Save. Okay. Ooh. Okay, now we're doing the rigging test one. How well this will go, we'll find out. I've never done something like this, so I don't think it'll be too hard, considering we're just linking stuff up. Okay, so it'd be one of these. One of these at the beginning. Oops. Kind of want to. Oops. Oops. Okay, maybe 150 is not the goal. Rigging test. Okay, and then it's I can't tell because the thing's in the way. Okay, it starts here and then goes here. So, and then when do I look right? Not look right. And then looking down. I did like multiple takes of things. That's my special move. And then we'll take this off because this is a special move. And then the take this part off. And then this one. And then down. I think I might have to redo this one! Fuck. I don't really like this. I feel like this part is not that great. Okay. Let's do this shake part. Maybe I did that one better. Right here and here. There. Okay, and then see. I think I kind of want to like already start it, so like there. And then the spin part, I had a thing for the spin, which I think it is over here. Yeah, I did 2 types of spin, but I don't know which one I like more, so actually just leave that there for now. Beep. And then I changed the speed of this though. At a time like this. Yeah. You feel the world with. So if I did this section where I'm like spinning, could I slow it down? I think. Hi, Stormy. How are you? Happy Tuesday. It's so fast. Howdy. Hi. How are you doing? Doing great. How about you, my lady? I'm doing good. I'm just editing a silly little video for a VTuber trend. Hopefully it'll look good, but how you doing? How did you have a good day? Did you have work today? If so, was it good? But because the other spin I have is this one. Like if I do this part, I guess. I like that, actually. That's not bad. Okay. So I want to change, I think, the look left and look right. Because I feel like I'm not doing, like, yeah, I kind of want to dance with it a little bit more. So, yep, edit the video, upload them, the use. Understandable. I hope you have fun with it, though. I have to reload this model. And BLT, you're going to have to hide for a second while I re-record this. My arm. My arm. My arm. I have to reopen OBS in another tab. Launch anyway. Bah, 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 bah. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Okay. Profile. This one. Recording. Okay. And then I gotta go. Oh, a mic broken. Hold on. Why am I, when I do the thing, It's like doing it horizontally. No! Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that, VTube Studio? Click the thingy. Okay, well, this one's not gonna work. I gotta wait for the live tracking software to re-up itself. Come back to life! There we go. And then it's gonna go back to this. And then... And then... Well, actually, can we do this for the shake? Or... And then, look left. So, I think that should be good. We'll find out. Alright, video editing. Oh my god. Oh! I just popped my neck and that was a deep one. My neck's been kind of fucked up recently. It makes me cry. Because I never really have like a stiff neck. Sure, like a stiff back, but not usually like a stiff neck. I don't know if you guys ever get stiff necks. Yeah, that's better. This is me looking left. And then me looking right. So... Look right. Look right. So this is look left. Okay, so a little bit in more. Wait. Look left. And then this one, which will just link and then unlink so I can remove this audio bit. Okay, let's do it a little bit more this way. Oh, I did fuck. I did shake and nod. I didn't do look up and look down. God damn it. Okay. Recording. And then or I could also do okay. I don't know if I'll like the inverted Y more, but we'll find out. That's what testing's about. It's always good to test. But I do want to do let's just remove. Yeah, so let's do that's fine, and then it's like here, I think. So okay, so that one's not bad. Okay, I think I like that one more, but this one I like more. And then okay, I don't go as fast with that though. Okay, let's do one more recording while I shake more. Okay. What do you mean it didn't capture the whole thing? No! Okay. Alright, cool. Did I not do that one? So this one? So this one? Oh yeah, okay, it is this one, so it's like... So it's like... And then this part... And this part... And then looking up. I think right there. And then link clips. And then boop. I don't... Okay, so like a little bit. Yeah. Okay, I want this part, and then I want to back one, forward one, and I want to zoom in. There's a mattress. Oh. Oh. I think actually this should move. What? Which whenever. Well done. Look like a hot dog bun. Like a bong. Oh, it's just that black part. I don't want to do it like this. Maybe not too much. I Actually, cool. Oh, I just want that like 1 frame shorter. Ball. Jordan was 23. Yeah. Okie dokie, and then delete empty tracks. And now I was told of VTuber transition will be best for this. Said no again. Okay. Video transition. That was kind of cool. Was it this one? It was this one. You boy have hat. What about this one? So making progress on internet troubleshooting? Sounds good. What do you think is the matter? I suck. I made this shorter. What if I made it a 4-point star? Cables? Okay. I don't know if I want... Oh god, I don't know if I want the star wipe or not. What's one that isn't used often? No. 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 Maybe. Okay, that makes sense. No. 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 Maybe? Mm. Mm. So I'm replacing that one, but I think something might still be up with my PC, not 1,000% sure. Understandable. Guess we'll find out. You don't want to do this one. No. Not that one. This one. I think that one's too similar to the last one. Nope. I feel like that one's too similar. This could work. What have you done? It's too short, maybe? Just a little more. The Pink Pony Club. I'm gonna That's only what I'm gonna keep on dancing at the Pink Pony Club. Oh, crash. Didn't know what if I did that one. No, maybe not that one. Okay, let's just keep going with the circle spin then. Alright, so this and then this. Alright, I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick. I think this was good for now. I'm gonna go bathroom, and then we'll probably play something, I think is what I plan. I think we'll play Minecraft. Because I want to depot my stuff, and then we'll probably get off. But we'll see. We'll see. This one. Alright, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. I took a poop. I took a poop. OT. 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 I'm back. Hi. Hi. Alright. I think that's good too. I'm gonna check to make sure the person for my VGen didn't DM me. I'm gonna do a marmoset thing really quick. It's loading. Nope. Okay. 11th hour. It's under God's roof. Okay. Oh, I had to bring BLT back too. Boop. There you go, buddy. Becca. Alright, let's look at this. I want it angled a bit more. Ooh. Oh, turntable. Okay. Then that. That might not be bad. But in case. Grandma up the 2 ow. Hates me. Alright. That might be better. Let's do camera 1. Lock camera 1 in case. This is better. Okay. In the tie. I'm watching Family. What are they playing? No Rest for the Wicked? Oh, cool. Filtered kid, oh, offensive shit, and I said it. Live to regret it. I want to play some gas station sim actually. What would I call myself? BB girl owns a gas station. Then gas station. This feels weird in hindsight. It didn't change. Then oh, we didn't play the Varai thing. Play on Thursday. Maybe. Otherwise, I'll just flip-flop the key thing, the videos. Yeah. From the previous verse. But that's not okay. I want to explain it away. I think since I'm singing this song. Don't talk to me about noob ever. Ever. Gas station. Play. Ooh. Look forward to the fan art Fridays giveaways more. Problem. Oh, the car dealer sim demo's out now. Not really interested in being a car dealer though. I've been totally awesome. Stuff full of stuff that is bigly shitty. We can keep the screen on. Reality and come here, BLT. No, I don't want to throw you away. Shit. Oh. Oh, you're pinning to me? I don't really want you to pin to me though. Okay, hold on. Sorry. 7 works for me. I make you small, baby. Like small baby sit there. Okay? Okay. Alright. And then I'm gonna turn your iPad off. Don't you like, why? Like a little neck seam. That bothers me. You see it though, chat? I don't think so. Alright, cool. Gas station is closed. The mouse in here is so sensitive. What the fuck? Controls. Yeah, I think that's fine. We got clean. Hi, Elvis. Hi, Elvis. Alright, how we doing on supplies? I'm doing pretty good. We're not doing too bad. Oh, that was a bad. Oh, hi, Elvis. What is the... How are we looking on upgrades right now? Oh, I can turn shit off. Oh my god, that is so nice. I did not know you could do that. I want the airbrush. I want the airbrush. Alright. How we doing on gas? How we doing on gas? 67%. That's not bad. Alright. I think we're good. Yeah. Alright, let's go open around up. What does this button do? I don't want to press that. I don't trust the chat. I don't trust it. Oh, there's more like trash around, isn't there? No more trash around. I wish I had a flashlight. Oh, there's like trash like over here. I think there's like there's some in here. Yeah, like this thing. Urgh. Get him out. Oh my god, the door closed. I have to... Don't close on me. Fucking... Okay, hold on. I have to take it out this way. Fucking... Eh. Eh, there. This chair. There we go. I don't want nobody... Oh my god, I thought I saw someone out there. Oh. Scared the Jesus out of me. Alright. There's some cars. I'm just gonna take a little. Just a little. See what you got. Got in here. What you got in here? A coat rack. Oh my god! The fuck? Can I like scrub this? I have to repaint this? Left shift. You have more colors. God damn it. Oh. Oh my god. Okay. Here you are, friend. Primo gas. Primo gas. Hello. Come on in. Hey, you know, tobacco's ain't good for you. I know I'll sell them, but they're not actually good. Thank you for the wellness check. Let me drink some water. Okay. Alright there, partner. You get up on out of here. You have a great day. There's a dick duck on my fucking... That's why I hate Dennis. Fucking dick duck on my fucking... I gotta make sure there's no more dick... Oh, I missed a wall. I missed so many walls. What the fuck? Fuck. Oh, it says fuck school, but he spelled school wrong. There's still some windows boarded. Unlock a gas station level 3. Okay, well, I guess I won't. I guess I won't do it until we get level 4. 4, I guess, or whatever. The next level. Alright, ma'am. What can I get you? 13 gallons of gas. You got it. You put gas in it. There you go. Alright, have a nice day. Ooh. Ooh. Hello, sir. I'm just doing a complimentary, lock picking service, making sure that your shit is indestructible. Okay. Oh. 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 Scorch Land's posted. Don't I have one of those? I don't. Hell yeah, I'm taking this. Don't worry about this, sir. I just... Oh, you have that same... I do enjoy that movie. Yes, yes, I do. Yes, it's a great movie indeed. Alright. Yes, welcome on in. Welcome on in, sir. Yeah, don't worry. I'm just shoe shining your car a little bit here. So, look at the share. Money. Money. Customer garage. Cash is full. Customer. Okay. Dim sum paradise. Welcome on in. Pack of ciggies and some snacks for the road, and you have a good one. Alright, gotta go. Alright, what's wrong with your car? This car ain't no part of no drug deal now, is it? Better not be. I need more tires. Last guy came around here, I got arrested because his car, it wasn't even my car, it was his car that had, and like, I don't know, I was just fixing it on up, and we found a bag of cocaine, and the cop passing by, and the cop was like, the fuck is this, and shit, and I had to, you know, explain that I was fixing up the car, and you won't believe it, but that fucker ran away while I was fixing his car, so they thought it was my car, so this better be no drug smuggling car, you hear me? Alright, you have a nice day, ma'am. I know where you live. Just saying. We need more tires. Get this shit out of here. Get this shit out of here. Alright. You have a nice time, ma'am. Fuck, this thing got stuck. Paradise. Some things you lose and rise. Is it a shumai? Tonight.
Good job.
Caught it. I caught it. Did you see that part? I did caught it. Mama, yes, sir.
Good job.
For a long time, baby, but it's on paradise. Welcome on in. Yes, let me get you that fuel. No problem. Alright, there you go. Have a nice day. While you pull up, I'm just gonna get this cash register job done real quick. Oh my god. Alright, have a wonderful day, ma'am. Welcome on in. Welcome. What? Customs order. Shouldn't they already know the order before they get out of the car? That's all I'm saying. Also, you're not supposed to wait in the car? Oh, I need to buy more tires. More tires, and I think we're good on everything else, though. Place all. Yeah. Parts. We need tires. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Order. Oh, hello, sir. Sorry, I did not see you there. Welcome on in. Some drinks for you. You best be having a cooler for all of them drinks. They might get a little lukewarm. They weren't exactly the coldest when they got in here, so you might want to put them in a nice cooler, if you know what I'm saying. Hello, ma'am. Welcome on in. You got a tire, and you got two broken little thingies here. forgot what these are called. What the fuck are those called? What are the mini mirrors called? Yeah, I don't remember what those are called for some reason. The tire. Let's let everybody pop in their front right tire. You have something else wrong with your car? Oh, it's another tire. God damn. Woman, this is my last tire. I don't have another shipment of tires. Really greedy with these tires, huh? Why don't you have a spare tire? Maybe you want to buy another spare tire. If you wait just like 5 minutes, I actually could get you a spare tire. Hopefully you won't be popping 2 of them at the same time. I could do that for you. What's wrong? What's still wrong with your car? Oh, it's just have to click the button. You have... What the fuck else was wrong with your car, you bitch? Fuck off. Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. Got a delivery. Get this shit out of here. Okay, I think I fixed the connection with my PC. Cool. Good job. You call the trash company. Give me the parts. They're just tires. They're just tires. Thank you. I'll call the trash company. Put these out here. Alright, I'll do with it when it's empty. Alright, well, come on in, folks. Yeah, so let me get right to you. Alright.
Top of the line job there.
Thank you. We're gonna need another delivery of gas here soon. Hello, ma'am. Get you something to get you. We're doing it.
Awesome.
I used to wake up with a smile, at night with a dream.
That'll do.
Alright, you have a nice one. I was thinking of something. Oh, we need gas.
Incredible.
Right, you enjoy those drinks. We need deliveries. We need gas. Not turning 30. I'm 25. But I feel like I like games like a 30-year-old sometimes.
Just as I wanted.
Alright, you have a good day. Alright, we have more drinks, I think. And then place all these fucking zoomers. I'm out of touch. These phones are... You enjoy. I'm turning. Alright, what's wrong with your car? You got... Oh, place all. Oh, my stupid friends are having stupid children. My stupid friends are having stupid children. My stupid friends are having stupid children. Stupid friends are having stupid children. Alright, what else is wrong? Oh, another tire? How are you people breaking 2 tires at once? Listen, most times, it's like you break 1 tire, right? You pop a tire, and then you're like, aw shucks, gotta get that tire fixed. It's not usually 2 tires together. How are you fucking up 2 tires together? You know, like how are you doing that? Yeah, this one's broken. Alright. You have a nice day. Alright, I gotta pump this this guy out. Hello. Nice car there, sir. Modifying suit as well, if I say so myself.
Super.
Enjoy. Okay, hold on. Not one of my options. Bought a horse. Damn Ricky. Where's the tool menu? There you go. I don't like that button. That's asking me to use. This is a lot faster. Alright, thanks so much. Have a nice day. Who the fuck is leaving a full pack of cigarettes on the ground just for someone to walk over? That's expensive. I mean, I guess if you got the cash, but goddamn.
Thanks a bunch.
Getting hungry. Hello, officer. Goddamn, I'm coming. Shit. He's free. My favorite gas station attendant. Thank you very much, Gabo. How you doing? I hope you're having a lovely day. I'm just pretending to be a sweet Southern belle. Let me get a pack of Marlboros on a 15-pump sugar. You got it, no problem, sweetheart. You got. I feel like my tits aren't busty enough for this, you know. I just lost my horse. I think I didn't call the delivery. I didn't call the trash people. I didn't call the trash people or the services. Garbage collection. Ma'am, did that bullseye chip pack just fall out of your vagina?
You're amazing.
Did this just fall out of your vagina, ma'am? I don't... What the fuck, where'd it go? Ma'am, don't shove that shit back up your cooter. Ma'am? Ma'am. Okay, have you not looked down recently? I don't know. Like, I feel like a lot of time the Southern Belle women are like, they have honkers. They're not just boob, they're honkers. You know? Oh, god damn it. Oh, god. Alright. Excuse me, sir. Yes, you go right on in, thank you. Alright. Here you go, ma'am. I hope the alligator's still in this game. Oh, that's not till we open up the other thing, though. Yeah, that's right. Alright, what's wrong with this car? How is it another 2 tires? 3 tires! Ma'am, you are a girl fair. You cannot. You cannot. Unless they happen all at the same time, which is very not likely unless you were in a gunfight, which were you. If I'm going to work on this car, you better be telling me if you were in a gunfight. Because I don't want my prints on your car if you get arrested. What's that going to look like to me and my growing business? Oh, my lord. Alright. Alright. I'm fixing. I'm just saying. You might be a girl failure if this is what you're doing with your life. You popping 3 tires at once. Most people come in here, it's gonna be 1 tire. Well, to be fair, most of my customers have been coming in with multiple, but that's because y'all are stupid as fuck. And if that's a representation on me, fair dinkum. But good lord, sweetheart. Good lord, I only got so many tires. And y'all ain't paying me enough to get more tires. I mean, I'm gonna have to. But like, God, sweet lord. Did one of your girlfriends actually accidentally pop your tires thinking it was your ex-boyfriend's tires? Is that what's going on here? Good lord. That worked? Aw, damn it. Kobe. Nice. I don't think that went in there because the little thingy didn't pop up showing that I threw it in there, so fuck. Alright. Hello.
Worried I would go over budget.
Alright, you have a nice one.
Thanks.
Full trash. God damn, more people are having trash. Upgrade my gas station to level 3. Oh, yippee! Ooh. Oh, that's why the walls weren't painted, because I expanded. That makes sense. No more trash. Oh shit, look at this. Alright, I'm sorry, but we're gonna have to close here in a second so I can remanage everything.
Thank you.
Reconstruct a bus stop in front of your station. Oh, is it so we can do the party bus? So we can do that party bus. I don't know if I have enough money for it. Toilets. Oh, I did not. Doesn't look very good. I think we'll stick with one pump. One pump. One pump man. Oh my god, that sounds like a sex name. Like, imagine if you were like if you're a porn star. You're one pump man instead of like one pump chump, you're one pump man. I like that. Someone take that. Someone take that and make that your porn name. Please. Please. We need to buy more product, I think. Buy tires. Oh my god. Oh, popular level 4. Yippee. I want the mesh quality to be better on that shit. I'm looking at it and I'm like, ew. There's a little bit of ew. Let's do this one. Distance far, motion blur off, one side on, bloom on. Oh. Okay. Oh, okay. Alright, I'm gonna have to close. Oh, fuck, a party bus is here? You gotta be fucking kidding
Worried
me.
I'd go over budget.
You gotta be fucking kidding me. Oh my god, oh my god. I don't think we have enough stuff to filter a party bus. We might. I just saw you drop a back of those balls out of your fucking butt cheek. Yeah, here they come. Look, they're all dressed as aliens. It's really weird.
Have a nice day.
Customer at the garage. Alright, you guys cruise on in, and I'm gonna just take care of this customer. Please do not fornicate in my store. What's up with your car? I see nothing wrong with your car. Wait till it's up. Okay, you have a tire broken? Okay. Alright, tire. What else is wrong with your car? Is it like one of these things? Oh shit. Is something wrong there? It's this thing. Alright. It's really hard to see because of the lighting.
Pretty much what I asked for.
There you go. Have a nice one. Scared, don't be shy. Oh my god! Okay. Oh, my reputation was going so down because I did not notice. Alright, have a nice day. Yeah, don't throw trash on the ground. If the trash is full, put it in the big trash bin outside. It's like 5 feet away from you. Good lord. Good lord. Hold on. Good goddamn. Alright, sorry about that, sir. Or ma'am. And or ma'am. Yeah, you have a... Good lord. Alright, you have a good day. Alright, hello. You'd like 2 soda pops? Alright, you enjoy them soda pops. Good lord, there's a big line here. Alright. This will make me my extra cash back from leveling. Oh man, you're real big tobacco user, I see. Yeah, understand. Understand when you're a lizard man like that. Kind of understandable. Alright, hello. Yeah, gotta stay hydrated with those lizard alien orgies, am I right? Yep. A luau. A haluau, am I if I do say so myself. You enjoy those chips now. Good lord, there's so many people at the cash register right now. I like that they're just dancing while they wait.
Great.
Have a nice one. I'm just gonna fuel this person right on up. Alright, hello. Sorry for that wait.
I
Folks,
was worried we'd
Mr.
be
Burton.
stranded.
Quite popular these days, yes, I agree. I can do this without stopping the thing. Oh, I lied.
Nice.
Grab it. You have a good one. Garage. I don't want to deal with garage right now. Sir, if you're smoking in here, can you please not understand that I sell tobacco products? But that does not mean you can smoke inside. Where the fuck did he go? Oh, there he is.
Thanks.
Enjoy your bottles of wine. Don't drink and drive, though. Not recommend, because then you won't come back.
Awesome.
Oh my god, how many people? Jesus. I'll answer the phone once I fucking
Know you one.
get all this done. Good lord. Buying up my store like there's no tomorrow. What is it? COVID round 2? Good lord. Y'all do not need this much alcohol. You hear me? You better be careful with that much alcohol in your truck. You know alcohol is flammable, right? You hear a fucking explosion in the background. Would be so funny.
Great job.
Hold on, Unky. I'll be there in a second.
I was worried we'd be stranded.
I have to close the gas station.
How was the rush hour, nephew? Hope you didn't get
It was
tripped
terrible. It was a
underneath.
lot. There was a lot of people trying to have sex in my fucking gas station. Alright, you can have employees. I don't want to deal with employees right now. I would like to clean up my gas station, first of all. Why is there a banana on the ground? Oh my god. I think those alien orgy motherfuckers have been fucking had a banana in them in my store. And a binge eat. Oh man, I'm anxious. Did that other trash bag get in here? I think so. Do we have any things on the ground here? I don't think so. No, better. Alright. And then mail. Boop boop. Alright, what colors do we have for this paint roller now? I don't like any of these colors. Oh, we have wallpapers. Whoa! I like none of these wallpapers either. Yippee! I guess we can just keep going with green. I don't want to paint it. I don't think I'm gonna paint it yet. I think we're just gonna keep it as is for now. Let's move these. Without a shirt. R to activate snapping. Anxious. Why's God doing this to me? I want to know. Just slow. There we go. I'm gonna put this here. And then hold F. I don't want to put this in the middle, but this is not really being in the middle. I don't like this. Can you be like here? I think I kind of want to put this one here. And then, yeah. Yeah. I need more, like, light. It's dark as fuck in here. Can we buy things that are, like, decorations. Yeah, interactive cards, landmarks. Oh, I don't want landmarks. I want movables, standing. Ooh. Okay, I want more lights. Or is that my backpack now? It is cool. I would like one to go here. And then one to go over here. Actually, we'll do it here. God damn, it's still so dark in here. Okay, hold on. We're gonna put this one over here instead. And I'm gonna take this one. And I'm moving this one over here. Because this one's a lot brighter. How do I rotate? E? There we go. Okay, that's a bit less dank and decrepit, I guess. I'd like to paint the inner walls, to be honest. Yeah, it's already white, so. Oops. There we go. Let's get paint in chat. I don't know if I want to get... I kind of want to get employees so we can keep using the garage. Because I don't really like doing the garage stuff. I don't really like repairing cars. I mean, we could turn it off, but that's just a loss of income, to be honest. That looks so much nicer. I don't know if I want to paint the ceiling white. Maybe it'll reflect light better now that it's white or something. And not just like a seeping, sad concrete wall. Be cool if we could make like this side brick or something. Actually, or this little alcove look a different color. Under the tree. We should get like faster at like this. Parents. Because we won't be able to change like the wall types, I don't think, until we get the pneumatic hammer, and that's a while away. Oops. Ugh. Forever let you touch my clogs. Okay. Oh, we have to order more inventory. More tires, more tobacco. More drinks and snacks and alcohol. Like, well, a little bit of everything, I think. Oops. At least 45. I do like this Dust Bowl painting a lot, though. It's like one of my favorite pieces of art. Because, like, they had the Dust Bowl painting in when I last played it, and I really liked it and I kept it up. I should put it on this wall. I think I kind of like it where it is, actually. I kind of want to move the cash register, though. Can we move the cash register? Equip a new... Oh, I can only do it when I get the hammer. What level do we get the hammer at? Then, I wonder. Hand. Tools. Oh, we can have it now! What? Oh, what the fuck? Oh my god. I have to pick up. I want to make it go here. Yeah, and I can see like the whole. Fuck this. What is happening? Whoa. Hi, Andrea. Hi. The fuck? Oh, what the fuck? How are you? I'm good. How are you? What? I hate those. Those all look bad. No, go away. To go away. Press. I don't want to get unlocked at level 4. Level 4. God damn it. Level 4 thing. Demonic hammer. I don't know if I want to move it again. I think I do. You feel that shit? Oh yeah. Why does it have to be there? Why can't it be? Why can't it be like here? So it's like that's closest it can be. Sorry, little piggy. Pretty good right now. I'm just kind of down bad for the new League of Legends, new legend in Apex because he's so cute. Ooh, send him to me. I don't know what he looks like. Send him. Send him. All right, what am I supposed to be doing? Oh, I need to clean up the gas station. I got paint. I got paint everywhere. All right. Oops. Go. All right. What is this? Buy my trailer. Oh yeah, buy a trailer. I have just enough for a trailer. Oh, this is cute. Actually, that's kind of cute. Alright, now I gotta hire somebody. Charlotte or Andrew? Charlotte is new to the industry, having graduated from beauty school. Her quality make her better suited as a barber or hairstylist. Almost a glaring lack of internship is alarming. Suggested the woman did not do well during her education. She has no previous job experience. Okay, Oh, Andrew working 3 jobs. His resume notes that he is looking for more profitable no matter its difficulty. Oh, this is the song? Oh, he is cute, Andrea. He is cute. I like him. The last page of his resume notes that he is trying to save money for either potential trip or immigration to Europe. Okay. We'll hire this guy then. Alright, schedule. How do I schedule? Primary job. Repair cars. Secondary job. Restock shelves. Premium day. The song is driving me nuts a little bit. The art of employment. I don't care. I got this. Alright. Oh, we gotta do an order. Hold on. Let me do an order. Oh, entrepreneur. Born in 1964. Jeff. We don't have any of these. Popcorn and chips away. I want these 3. I have no money. I have no money. Will these stay here if I leave and then come back into it? Nope. Okay. Enough that amateurs can fucking suck it. No smoking. Stop motor. But why did they get out of the car? They don't need to get out of the car. Where is Andrew? Andrew, where are you? Where's the... Oh, they're over there. They sleep over here. Oh. I hear this. I'll wait for customers. Had a hell of a ride, but you thought we were riding to heaven. Well, motherfucking lie. Drink that funky shit to 11. There we go. What the fuck? Man. Aesthetical, one botanical, one theatrical. No solar strikes. Solarplex. Alright. Let's get this shit out of here. Let's clean up. I don't know why we have lockers in here. I guess if we had employees, they might want to use lockers, actually. So, keeping lockers might not be a bad thing. I'm not getting rid of any of the bear's things. He stays there. He's perfect. The fuck? We're throwing this away? I kind of don't want to throw this away. You sit there. You look useful. Had a hell of a ride. You thought we were riding to heaven. Well, I motherfucking lied. Make that funky shit to 11.
How much do I owe you?
Okay, how much are we at? $41. Okay, we don't have enough money for anything. Fuel status is low. Yeah, but we are broke. We are broke. I used it all on decorating. My water bottle was in the way of my face tracking, I just realized. My car is glitching out. This rug. Had a hell of a ride, but you thought we were riding to heaven. Well, I motherfucking lied. Frank that funky shit to 11. Had a hell of a ride. Frank that we were riding to heaven. A motherfucking lied. So crank that funky shit to... Yeah, sorry we don't got a lot of products right now. We're a little low on funds. But you being here is helping a ton. Heaven. Fucking lied. I think someone just dropped another bag of chips out their cooter. You don't know me. You don't know me at all. You don't know me. Hello, officer. Don't know me. You don't know me at all. There we go. I think we have enough to get some stuff. And fuel is most important, so we're gonna do $100 worth of fuel. This is $200 worth. Okay. I was thinking about getting back into archery, but I forgot how expensive bows are. That's valid. Bows aren't the cheapest of things. Especially if you want like a pretty high quality one. Valid. Hello, officer. I need to start stealing things for money.
That's what I asked for.
Hypothetically, of course, officer. Will I be able to lockpick his car before he can get out of here? Oh my god, he's coming. He's coming. He's coming. Got it. He had a piano? How do you fit a piano on the back of your car? Piano. Okay. This way? This way? A fucking piano? Yeah, apparently. Oh, the fuel thing is here. A magic broom? Whoa! Whoa! How did I get a magic broom? The magic broom is mine now, though. I gotta wait here. Oh, what the fuck? A piano. Sell the piano. So, and the old clock. And this fucking hanger. And a coat rack. I got a flying broom. Oh, it's a card. Interesting. Interesting song. Alright, we got a good bit of money now. Alright, we need food. Mixed messages. Praise. I don't want to sell cigarettes anymore. How much stuff is this? Cool. Order. Order. What do you mean insufficient warehouse? Oh, fucking damn it. Oh, I see. No. I wanted the snackies, the Oreo snackies. Oh, 205, fuck. Hold on. Oh, shit. Where'd you all come from? Sexual tension. Select auto restock for employees to refill. Okay. I don't have anything in here. Let's check again. What do you mean I am out of room? Messages. What did dad sick? A little bit more.
Thanks a bunch.
I have to pay my guy. Thrice broken dick. Mixed messages. Mixed messages.
Have a nice day.
Alright. Today. Mixed messages. Whoops. Whoops. Might have went a little too fast with that one, I'm sorry.
I'm not gonna pay a dime for this.
Fuel time.
Good job.
Oh, we gotta go. I love stealing. We gotta steal stuff, chat. They don't need it. Got it. And I had 16 bucks in the car. At that point, why don't you just keep the 16 bucks on you? Same with the 13 bucks. Like, why don't you just keep that money on you?
You're amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't understand it either, Momo. The cat's like, no, I don't get it either, Mom. TikTok, baby. Oh. Oh. We need to connect more toilets in there. Oh my god, Elvis Presley's back. Hi, Elvis. TikTok, baby. Oh no. I think I should go buy more shells.
Thank you.
This one. Buy. Propaganda. Shelves. Big. Cancel. Big food. I want to place it. These are biggest problem is TikTok. Oop. I'm sorry. I accidentally put the shelf away. The presents. What's happening? This way. Place all. Place all, okay. Time, baby, no. No TikTok, baby. Here's your gas. Starting to run low on gas again.
Top of the line job there.
Oh shit, 3 people at the cash register? We be bumping. This motherfucker better get off his fucking ass. There's a customer at the garage. What are you doing? Resting. Oh. Oh, because he doesn't have a night shift. Oh. So you mean he lives... hold on. He lives here, and he can't take care of both day and night shift? I think is a little crazy. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. I have no tires! Oh my god. I didn't order any new tires. Okay, well, we'll do everything else except the tires. I know it's dangerous to have them go out on the road with bad tires, but ain't my problem. Ain't my problem. We don't got any more. Unless they can wait. They could wait. Tires. Let's do 6. Wait, let's do 8. And then scratch remover, let's do 10. 10. And then car mirrors, let's do 5. That's, oh, that's just 10. Okay. Alright, you're gonna have to wait here until I can get that stuff.
Worried I'd go over budget.
Alright, hello, welcome on in. Buying alcohol, I'm a little worried.
Super.
Also, no one's finishing off the tobacco, which is annoying because I don't want to buy tobacco anymore.
Thanks.
Alright, gas station, delivery, fuel, amount, 200, order. What do you mean I don't have enough money? Oh, it's 300, oh, reset order. What happened to all my money? What happened to all my money? I had 800 monies. Excuse me, officer. I thought I had 800 money. Oh no, I bought it on the car parts. I spent it on car parts. I forgot. Fuck. I must snooze. It's almost midnight. Have fun at the gas station, gamer. Thank you so much, Oceanic. Sleep well. We love you. I hope you have amazing dreams. Cash register time. Hello, customer.
Just as I wanted.
Hello, officer. Not to alarm you, but it looks like you dropped a diaper or some type. Thank you for the wellness check. Let me drink some water. Boop, boop, boop. Oh, goddamn. I need like a doormat or something so this is not happening all the time. Alright, hopefully I have enough gas for the... We do. Maybe not for the next guy, but we do for this person, at least. Okay, now we can get more gas. More gas. $200 for gas. More gas.
How much do I owe you?
Enjoy. Alright. Water time. Oh, my neck. Okay. I'm alive. Not expecting the pride of my life. And what I could tell. Alright, you're gonna take the... Actually, no, I could wait. I could wait for the gas thing to come. I think. Favorite too. I love cartoon dogs. I bet I love Scooby. Or I could finish the guy at the garage now. Cause we got the thing. Place all. Oops. Place all. Tire. It's not one of these tires. It's this tire. Boop, 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 boop. Boop. Boop, 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 boop. Hell yeah. Alright, one more. And I think that's it for this car. 2, 3, 4, 5. Red flag, you're gonna get them.
How much do I owe you?
To be set to a difference. Holy shit, I'm gonna be the main course. Place all. Oh, don't run me over. Morse code. Why are you blinking so much? I've got something in my eye. Here, let me get it out. I don't want to die. On George, was looking at me. Alright.
I was worried we'd be stranded.
And I'm ready for excuses. I'm ready to choose this life. With my life. Alright. And now there's fuel people. We have plenty of gas.
How much do I owe you?
Come on. Pull up. Actually gonna go Jimmy a lock real quick. Was it master one? There we go. Nothing. What about you? Oh, drum set. High snare. Ooh, sell. Sell that bitch. Yeah, boy. The beat. I like this game goes faster as I play. Like, the first nights always feel like the longest. But I think the sun's already coming up for this one, so pretty nice. God damn, people eating shit in my store. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop. Feel it in my fingers, feel it in my toes. Fuckers mean to harm us, and they've got to go. Don't get now. Alright. Alright. I will go. Stop it. Take care of the guy in the garage. Yeah. Boop. Tire. Yeah, tire is it. See, this is what I'm expecting of people to come in and be like, I blew out a tire. I don't got a spare. This was my spare. That's what I'm expecting. Not fucking 3 ass tires fucking blown out and a fucking cracked ass windshield, Anybody, and I hate it. Boop. Nice. I mean, I guess some cash is better than no cash. Loot that. Loot that motherfucker. Nothing. This one doesn't have a trunk. That one doesn't have a trunk. Master, please be worth it. Oh, I broke it. Fuck. Nothing. God damn. Billy, get out of here. Get out of here. What do you mean I can't, like... Am I supposed to throw at him? I'm supposed to throw something at him, right? Fuck did he go? Alright, well... Deal with these customers. We're slowly running out of tobacco. Slowly but surely we're running out of tobacco. Alright, I got this. Swipe. 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 This makes me want to watch Cloud9. I don't know why. Swipe. 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 Yeah, boy. God, everybody dropping fucking papers out their cooter. Please stop shoving papers up your cooter and coming into my store, please. Thank you. Oop. Mm. Mm-hmm.
Great.
Hell yeah. Alright, keep going. Ooh, fancy car. There's fancy cars here. Hold on. There we go. Don't mind me. Oops. Got a bit overzealous there. Oh, fuck. Haven't had that happen in a while. We didn't see nothing though, chat, right? Why does my camera keep turning? There we go. Okay, so need more stuff. How is gas doing though? Another 200, and then I want to order. I want to order food. Can we do like 3 per? We still have plenty of snacks though. Cream. We don't have an ice cream shelf though, so let's just do these 3. Shit. Little attention attractor. When he grows up to be a comic or actor, he'll be rewarded for never maturing, for never understanding or learning. Every day can't be about him. It's other people, you selfish asshole. I must be psychotic. I must be ooh. So many cars. Worked really hard for and laid while you worked at the drugstore. My drug's attention. I am an addict, but I get paid to indulge in my habits. An illusion. Oops. Felt that was a little rough with that one. This time. Look at these people's money. Artist. And oh well, Carlin rolls in his grave. Grave. Ooh, there we go. Wow, no one's pouring anything in their trunks. I wanted my name in lights. I could have fed a family of 4 for 40 fucking fortnights. 40 fucking fortnights. I'm an artist. Alright, well, cash is cash, I guess. I was an artist, self-assessed artist. I am an artist, I am an artist. I'm just a kid, I'm just a kid, I'm just a kid. Maybe I'll grow out of it. Bonk. Bom 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 bom. Bom 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 bom. Alright.
I was worried I'd go over budget.
Alright. Worried it was over budget. You got 1 thing of alcohol, sir. I think you gotta be rearranging your priorities if that's out of budget. You're coming to a gas station thinking you're gonna be out of budget. That's another thing. Oh, my cat's I'm gonna eat my cat. Not really, but I might put her face in my mouth. Oh, I have to go to the warehouse. Oh my god. Let's see. I'm half a horse. Half man. Alright, I'm gonna close this. Oh, there's trash we can pick up here too. I did not know we could pick up trash at the car wash just yet.
I was worried we'd be stranded.
Put your trash in the trash can. Horse half man. Half horse half man. Just need to clean this up. There's footsteps in here too, though. Oh, Jesus. Much more in here than I thought. Really hope to get a fucking, what you call it? Just a doormat. Alright. Now I can fucking sell this thing. So I don't want it. I don't want it. I want to sell the back even more so. Horse half man. Horse half man.
You're a lifesaver.
Nice.
Disgusting.
You restocking now? Now you show up to work. I've been paying you for 2 days now, and now you're here. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Oh, I have to pay them. That's right. Employee pay. Alright. You restock them shelves. I'm gonna take care of the trash over here. Oh Jesus, I'm stuck. Boop. Watch, I could Kobe this mattress, I bet you. Oh wait, it's like sideways though. Oh fuck, never mind. I don't want to Kobe it. Alright, bye. Don't even want to say bye to me when you get off. The clock's kind of rude. You're living on my land. Whatever. Whatever. I'm trying to make a close-knit community with my employees, and they just ain't having it, it seems. Boop. I need to put this one in a different trash can. Put that one here. The fuck, a whole ass shopping cart? Can I not that have be of use? Like, can I not have like a singular shopping cart in my gas station? I guess not. Alright, let's see how much stuff we have in here. We have no tires left. Fuck. I really think that he should be able to order more tires. It's $37 for a tire. I'm buying 4 tires. What the fuck? You're here? What the fuck? Okay. Works for me. Hello.
Pretty much what I asked for.
Alright, well, come on in. I gotta clean though. I'll clean. How we doing on fuel? Should get some more fuel. Whoa! Ooh! I don't know what that meant, but we got well versed.
Great.
Rockin' my Rari. Oh, mama's glitching out. Oh my god, look at that top. Go past and pass me one more time. Alright, which one's your car? That gets your car? Okay. Fuck. We want to sweet. Oops. Oops. Baby daddy on my head. Gimme. Boop. Alright, I think I'll save here and I'm gonna call it for a day because my tummy feeling a little awkward. But we'll be back tomorrow with Beef and Boof. A little bit of slaughterhouse actually. Little slaughterhouse action actually. And we're gonna be doing some repo. So we're gonna save there. We're gonna save empty slot. And I'm gonna go give you to Gordy, I think. Today's the last day of his trying to get partner, and I'm pretty sure he's gonna do it. Thank you for the cheek pat. So I hope you have fun over there with him. It looks like he's playing the Midnight Walk, which I believe is a VR game actually. So I hope you guys have fun watching him do that. I love you guys so much. Thank you guys for hanging out with me every day, and I really hope we can grow and be big streamers someday. But I'm just happy being here with you guys. So I love you guys so much. Here is the raid message. You don't have to use it, but I think you should to tell them where you came from. But otherwise, remember to be good, be great, and please be brave out there. Have fun. Mwah. I love you. Goodbye now.